Chapter 421. The road of life was full of ups and downs. Flowers bloomed yesterday and withered today. Who could control this? Fireworks blossomed with enthusiasm. Debris swirled in the air as the curtain fell. The bustling scene was gone. It was cold and desolate. Compared to a few days ago, Yi Fan's residence could be considered bleak. The lonely courtyard was quiet. Yellow leaves withered. Yi Fan coughed lightly. Blood dyed his white cloth red. It was a ghastly sight. He looked at the cold courtyard and sighed. The ups and downs of life were like flowers blooming and withering. Although there were glorious moments, there were also dark days. Everything was in the wind of the mortal world. The divine city was the same as before. There were no changes. However, when Yi Fan appeared again, the feeling was greatly different. Several days ago, it could be said that everyone knew him. In order to deal with them, he smiled until he became numb. Now, he appeared again. Although he was still eye-catching, few people came forward. They were cold and indifferent. When he turned around, they pointed and discussed spiritedly. The 100 states of life were experienced in one day. The divine physique is finished. Less than half a year of life, and it has finally come to an end. He was defeated by the world after hundreds of thousands of years. In the end, he still couldn't create a miracle. The saint children can let out a sigh of relief. This mountain that has been pressing down on their hearts is about to collapse. The shadow is about to disappear. There is no need to worry about the Wind Clan's Pearl. She definitely won't be engaged to this kind of divine physique. The Wind Clan should be glad that they haven't made any decisions or promises yet. So what if he broke the curse? In the end, he still died, hee. So what if he can look down on the younger generation? If the heavens don't let him live, can he fight back? He can only wait for death. Some people sympathized, and some people took joy in his misfortune. Their expressions were all different. There were all kinds of words. There were sounds of regret, and naturally, there were also sounds of ridicule. Yi Fan walked on the street and felt all of this. He was very silent and didn't say a single word. In the end, he returned to his residence. He didn't visit anyone that day. He felt that he needed to calm down and think about some things. Late at night, a few strands of starlight scattered down in the cold, lonely courtyard. It was dim and quiet. Yi Fan started coughing blood again, dyeing his white robe into a bleak color. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the starry sky in a daze. Suddenly, he sensed something strange. He turned around and saw a sneaky little thing peeking at him from the top of the wall. It was actually a little golden creature. It successfully crossed the heavenly tribulation and turned into a small golden qilin. It was only the size of a palm and looked charmingly naive. Its large eyes were very clear. Cough. Yi Fan coughed up blood again. The little golden qilin flew over, landing on the ground. Its entire body was shining, chubby, swaying about as it walked. It carefully approached Yi Fan, and then tugged at his trousers. Unlucky little guy, are you not afraid of me now? Yi Fan sat on the stone chair and looked down at it. The little golden creature rolled its eyes at him, and then it spat out a strand of 7-colored mist towards him. It quickly entered his body and turned into a wave of warm energy. Yi Fan felt a wave of comfort wash over him, as if a gust of spring wind had blown over his life source. His injuries were somewhat healed, but it didn't change anything. You're quite considerate. Yi Fan never thought that when no one else came to visit, on this cold and cheerless night, the divine silkworm would come to visit him. Even though it had forgotten about the past, its instincts were still there. It used its pure intuition to distinguish between good and bad. Yi Fan fished out a small piece of divine source and handed it over. The divine silkworm immediately became happy, and it began to chew on it with great relish. After enjoying the divine source, it suddenly fell onto the ground. Its 4 qilin legs twitched slightly, giving Yi Fan a fright. Meanwhile, at this time, the divine silkworm secretly opened one of its large eyes and looked over in a mischievous manner. You've become addicted to playing dead. Yi Fan laughed. The little golden creature immediately jumped up and muttered in dissatisfaction. Yi Fan was shocked. This little thing was actually teasing him. At this moment, he sighed ruefully and thought of many things. Sometimes, simple little creatures like this were much more adorable than complicated people. Yi Fan suddenly discovered that he, who had a heart of steel, was actually a bit sentimental. In the end, this little thing actually came to visit him on this cold night. He silently stroked the little golden creature. He wasn't afraid of death, but he had some regrets in his heart. He really wanted to return to the other side of the starry sky and see his parents, relatives, and friends in the last days of his life. Why did this unlucky divine silkworm come? Li Heishui's voice came over. Whoosh! The divine silkworm angrily waved its little claws and disappeared like a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the night sky. Li Heishui and Tu Fei entered the courtyard. They had disappeared for a few days to seek help from the 13 bandits in search of a solution. They had only returned now. Eat the qilin seed. Even though it can't cure you completely, it can definitely prolong your life for a while. Then we can slowly think of a solution. The two of them spoke like this. It was obvious that the 13 bandits had no solution either. As for this result, Yi Fan had already expected it. At daybreak, Pang Bo returned. He was very tired, and the Black Emperor followed behind him. They had gone to the important land of the demonic beast race. The Azure Thearka's heart might be able to help you recover. I will think of a way to obtain it. Pang Bo's tone was firm. The heart of the demonic beast race Great Emperor possessed endless vitality. It was just that no one knew where it was hidden. Pang Bo and the Black Emperor had searched the important land of the demonic beast race for a long time, but they hadn't found any clues. Forget it. An injury caused by the Great Tao cannot be healed by external objects. Those powerful figures speculated that even a mature immortal divine medicine would be ineffective. Yi Fan shook his head, not allowing Pang Bo to take the risk. As long as there is a sliver of hope, we have to try. Even if we have to slaughter a path of blood, I will help you obtain the Azure Thearka's heart. Pang Bo's tone was resolute. All right, none of you should risk your lives. Let this emperor think about it. The large black dog paced back and forth. Then, he lay down at the side and fell silent. They appeared on the main street of the God City again. After hearing those discussions, Yi Fan was strangely calm. Even if there were sarcastic words, it was difficult for him to be affected. Woof, human pet. What are you waiting for? The large black dog had never been a kind person. When he heard these sarcastic words, he would immediately scamper over, raising his huge head and clamoring for a human pet. Along the way, it was unknown how many people had been angered by the large black dog to the point of gnashing their teeth. However, it was not appropriate for them to act out, and they could only curse him in secret. The saint physique is about to be destroyed, and this damned dog is still so arrogant. When the time comes, we will skin him alive and eat his flesh. There isn't much time left. He can only linger in this mortal world for the last time. In the end, he is going to die. The Black Emperor left, traveling through the void. He said that he would disappear for a few days, and perhaps he could find a way to save Yi Fan's life. Under the setting sun, Miaoyu Nunnery was embroidered with gold. It sat among the clouds, and there was a layer of pure and holy light circulating around it. It was clear and peaceful. Isn't this our saint physique? I heard that you were unwell. Why didn't you rest and recuperate? Why did you come here? Wu Ziming, who had not seen him for many days, walked together with some people. There was an incredibly radiant smile on his face. That's right. Your health is more important. You should rest and recuperate. Otherwise, look at the setting sun. Although it's beautiful, it's sinking, Li Zhongtian said with a smile. If you don't want to die, stay away from me. Yi Fan swept a few glances at them. He's about to die, yet he's still so arrogant. Does he still have divine power? I heard that he coughs up blood every day, someone in the crowd muttered softly. Hurry up and disappear from my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Yi Fan stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at the dozen or so youths in front of Miaoyu Nunnery. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This was a saint physique that had achieved small success. Although he did not have much time left and coughed up blood every day, after breaking the curse, the younger generation were all extremely wary of him. What bad luck. Let's go. Wu Ziming did not dare to resist and turned to leave. He's going to die anyway. There's no need to pay attention to him. When the time comes, we'll see the heavens take him away, someone muttered in a low voice as he left. Yi Fan sneered and said, although I don't have long to live, I'm not someone you can humiliate. I've already given you a chance, yet you still dare to speak rudely. Bas. The void trembled. Yi Fan's golden blood chi soared into the sky. A large golden hand stretched out and grabbed forward. You dare to kill us in front of everyone? Someone cried out in fear. Do you know who we are? I hadn't decided whether to kill you or not, but because of what you said, I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan's large golden hand pressed down violently in the void. Pa! The heaven and earth shook, and the sunset glow was scattered. The horizon became misty as Yi Fan's large golden hand covered more than 10 people. The moment it landed, blood splattered everywhere. Brother Yi, don't misunderstand. Only Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian managed to escape. They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies, and they shouted as they fled. Yi Fan flipped his hand and slapped down again. The large golden hand covered the sky. Although the two of them were in the 4 extreme secret realms, they felt as if they were fighting against a divine master. They couldn't resist at all. Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian collapsed and turned into a mist of blood. Although they were supreme experts in the 4 extreme secret realms, they were still easily killed by Yi Fan. In the distance, everyone who saw this scene was incomparably shocked. Although the saint physique was injured, its power did not decrease, and it still could not be offended. The saint physique could not be humiliated. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The other party was about to die, and he had no scruples at all. He must not be provoked. This was the thought in everyone's mind. In particular, those who had made sarcastic remarks were even more afraid. Their legs and stomachs were a little weak. When they thought of what they had said before, they felt extremely guilty, afraid that Yi Fan would hear and remember. Yi Fan glanced at the others. His white robe fluttered as he entered Miaoyu Nunnery. In one of the palaces, it was resplendent with richly ornamented beams and painted rafters. Celestial mist lingered around it, like the Moon Palace. Yi Fan sat in front of a white jade table, calmly drinking tea as he sized up the peerless beauty in front of him. And Miaoyu was a peerless beauty. Her hair was black and glossy, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her eyes were intelligent, and her eyelashes were very long. Her red lips were sexy and bright. She was slender and elegant, and her beauty was breathtaking. The curves of her body were astonishing and perfect. Little man, you have hurt my heart. Her words were as pleasant as the sounds of nature. She walked over gracefully like a crystal fairy swaying in the wind. Although I have broken the curse, I don't have much time left. Do you want to kill me with your own hands? Yi Fan smiled. I did say that if you fail, I will be the first to kill you. But you are already like this. How can I bear to see you die? And Miaoyu was smiling sweetly, but there was a trace of unwillingness in her eyes. Who in this world can avoid death? Even the great emperor is no exception. I only regret that I can't return to my hometown. Yi Fan sighed softly. You have broken the curse. Why can't you change your fate? And Miaoyu's fine black hair hung down. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, flowing with a pure and holy radiance. She was like a flawless goddess descending to the mortal world. She asked, "What are your plans?" "I will come to see you tonight. After that, I will bid farewell to the Divine King and immediately leave the Divine City," Yi Fan said. "At least you didn't leave without saying a word." And Miaoyu had a smile on her face. She was beautiful to the extreme. She said, "If I were to fall into the mortal world forever, what would you do?" Yi Fan wanted to say something, but her jade-like hand blocked his lips. And Miaoyu smiled and stood up. Her hair fluttered in the wind as she said, "Only if you can survive." Yi Fan didn't say anything. He only looked at this incomparably beautiful woman in silence. "I want you to survive." And Miaoyu turned around and walked towards the desk. She then took out an ancient scroll and said, "Remember this mental cultivation method." "What is this?" More than 1,000 years ago, a disciple of Sakyamuni left this in Miaoyu Nunnery. "What? Sakyamuni's disciple?" Yi Fan jumped up. "Stay here tonight." And Miaoyu walked over gracefully. Chapter 422. It was a yellowing ancient scroll made of an unknown material. It looked like animal skin, but also like an ancient cloth. It was clearly an ancient artifact. There were 2 words on the scroll. Nirvana. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. These 2 words had an extraordinary meaning in Buddhism. It was a process of becoming a Buddha. This is the Nirvana scripture of Buddhism? He was shocked. It's only an important part of the ancient scripture, and it's used for healing. In the past, when a monastery master was dying, she obtained this ancient scroll. Not only did she recover from her injuries, but she also experienced a new life transformation, and Miaoyi answered. There were many ancient characters on the yellowing scroll. They were densely packed, and there were about 100 of them. They explained the mysteries of life and death, and the mysteries of rebirth. It was very difficult to understand. Yi Fan calmed his mind and didn't move at all. He carefully analyzed and comprehended. Although it was called the Nirvana scripture and was said to be able to rebirth, it was only a metaphor. Who in this world could truly be immortal? Even ancient emperors couldn't escape death. The important part of the Nirvana scripture was to change the state of one's life and obtain a different kind of power. It wasn't true reincarnation. Although cultivating this scripture couldn't make one live forever, it could increase one's lifespan and slow down one's decline. This important part was a supreme divine healing technique with inconceivable effects. The moment he comprehended it, Yi Fan's body released a precious radiance. Golden blood energy surged and rushed out of his body, curling around his body. It made him look like a god. Because there is no light, there is no rise in the heart. Because there is no rise, the realm is destroyed. Because there is no karma, the heart is complete. It is called nirvana. The Nirvana scripture was a supreme heavenly art of the Western desert. It was comparable to the ancient scriptures of the Eastern wasteland. The sound of chanting resounded in the palace. It was incomparably mysterious, and there was a mysterious aura circulating. This was a precious secret technique from the ancient scripture. It could be called a supreme divine healing technique. It had the mysteries of heaven and earth, and it was extremely mysterious. Yi Fan had a divine physique to begin with, and after using the Nirvana holy technique to heal himself, a variety of visions appeared. The chaotic green lotus accompanied him, the celestial king possessed him, mountains and rivers appeared, and the yin-yang diagram of life and death revolved around him. The indestructible golden body was dazzling. It was as dignified as a deity and had the unique aura of a sacred body. It was as if it was sitting cross-legged in the sky, overlooking the world. And Miaoyi's eyes sparkled. She did not expect that Yi Fan not only had an unparalleled physique, but also had a high level of comprehension. He had just obtained the saint art from the ancient scriptures, yet he already had such an understanding. She opened her red lips and explained in detail. Accepting all causes and reasons, reincarnating in life and death, not accepting all causes and fate, is called nirvana. There is no difference between nirvana and the world. The world and nirvana. Yi Fan remained silent. His golden blood energy flourished even more, and a dense mist curled around him, drowning him within. His entire body erupted with divine light. His indestructible golden body was almost transparent like a seven-colored glaze, pure and untainted. He was repairing his life source with great difficulty, wishing to make that great Tao crack disappear, from then on become flawless, forever preserve his undying holy body, exist forever in this world. Pang! Yi Fan's body trembled. His blood energy surged, almost turning the entire palace into fine powder. If it wasn't for Miaoyi laying down the formation patterns, everything would have been destroyed. This was the physical body of a sacred body, powerful to an inconceivable degree. A light flick could already produce the might of thunder, making it difficult for others to endure. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His first attempt to repair his life source had failed. Even the supreme healing technique from the ancient scriptures couldn't heal the scars left behind by the great Tao. And Miaoyi's hair was like a waterfall, and her skin was whiter than snow, sparkling and tender. She was ethereal like a fairy as she stood beside Yi Fan and said, "Again." Yi Fan stood majestically without moving. It was as if he was sitting cross-legged in a dust-covered ancient heaven, hibernating and waiting to transform into a dragon. His body became more and more oppressive, and even Miaoyi had no choice but to retreat. That golden blood energy curled around his body, making him look like an eternal divine furnace, making it impossible for others to get close. Profound and mysterious chanting came from within his body. That was his past self and Tao self chanting, praying for this life in order to obtain eternal life. Pang! Yi Fan was shaken again. Scarlet blood mixed with a faint golden color flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Even though he was a sacred body, he still swayed. The second attempt failed again. The scars left behind by the great Tao didn't show any signs of healing, making him sway. even the imperishable golden body became a bit dim. Yi Fan opened his eyes and lightly sighed. This sacred technique's mysteries were endless, but in the end, it couldn't resist the great Tao's injuries, making him feel powerless. Don't give up. If the first time doesn't work, then try the second, third, fourth time. There will definitely be some effect. And Miaoyi was unwilling to give up. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "It's too difficult. This is exhausting one's own essence blood to achieve rebirth. If this continues, if it doesn't work, then I won't be able to continue even if I have a sacred body." If it was an ordinary person, they would have to recuperate after using the sacred technique once and couldn't do it again. However, he had a sacred body and an unparalleled physical body. Once or twice was nothing, but if he did it continuously, he wouldn't be able to bear it. How could this be? The disciple of the Gautama Buddha once said that the Nirvana ancient scripture is the highest sacred healing technique in the Western Desert. Even though this is only one of the essentials, it's almost the pinnacle in the world. It should be able to heal any injury. The disciple of the Gautama Buddha? Who is he? Yi Fan really wanted to know. He wanted to know everything about Tathagata. I also don't know who he is. The beautiful and Miaoyi shook her head. Miaoyu Nunnery was originally a sect in the Western Desert. It inherited the Buddhist transcendent Zen technique. Later, it split and traveled east. It also obtained the Taoist dual cultivation technique and changed its name to Miaoyu Nunnery. 1,000 years ago, the disciple of the Gautama Buddha returned from the sea. On his way to the eastern wasteland, he encountered the reverend of Miaoyu Nunnery. Because they were inextricably linked in the inheritance, he left behind the essentials of nirvana and floated away. Do you know the past of the Gautama Buddha? Yi Fan asked. I only know that it's a taboo of Buddhism. I don't know the details. And Miaoyi shook her head. The injury of the great Tao is incurable. Yi Fan stood up. And Miaoyi was slender and elegant. The moonlight shone into the room, making her look ethereal and peerless. Her black hair was beautiful, her eyes were lively, her skin was fair, her curves were undulating, and her figure was mesmerizing. She was like the most perfect masterpiece of heaven. Nirvana scripture and the supreme dual cultivation technique of my Miaoyu Nunnery. This is the last attempt. If you still can't survive, little man, you'll really be letting me down. She walked over gracefully and stretched out her slender hand to pinch Yi Fan's cheek. With a beautiful smile, she said, "It's always others who help Miaoyu Nunnery's disciple. Today, I might be the first to make an exception and help you come back to life." In the palace, and Miaoyi's jade-like body was transparent under the hazy moonlight. She was flawless, and her whole body was shimmering with a faint glow. Her beautiful hair was disheveled, and her face was as beautiful as a flower. This had nothing to do with romance. It was just a way to save people. Yi Fan had always been against the dual cultivation technique. He never thought he would experience it himself. Little man, calm your mind. On the white jade bed and under the red veil, and Miaoyi's snow-white skin was glowing. She lightly touched Yi Fan's forehead to calm his mind. Any normal man would not be able to remain calm in the face of such a peerless beauty. Naturally, Yi Fan could not enter a meditative state as quickly as the old monk. And Miaoyi's entire immortal body was as white as ivory. Like a beautiful snake, her curves were exquisite and undulating, and her body was flawless. Not long after, the chanting of the Nirvana ancient scripture resounded. The palace was filled with holiness and peace. At the same time, Yi Fan covered in Miaoyi's body and activated the dual cultivation technique. Under the bright moonlight, time passed like water. It was peaceful in the divine city. Miaoyu Nunnery. The entire palace was sealed off to prevent the heavenly Tao melody from spreading. It was shrouded in a layer of hazy radiance. As the first successor, and Miaoyi's status was no less than that of the saintesses. She was the most beautiful woman in the world. She had no rivals in Miaoyu Nunnery. No one in the younger generation dared to disobey her. Even though some people had deduced something, no one dared to approach or disturb her, let alone say anything. After midnight, the palace was harmonious and quiet. Yi Fan did not speak. The Nirvana scripture and the dual cultivation technique could not heal the scars left by the heavenly Tao. They could not change anything. He twirled in Miaoyi's beautiful hair around the tip of his finger and pondered quietly. Was there still a way out? Where should he go? Was the matured immortal divine medicine useless? The primordial divine medicine was the most precious sacred item in the world. If even it was ineffective, then one's life would truly come to an end. However, Yi Fan found it hard to accept. Wasn't even the divine king somewhat uncertain? He could not be sure that the immortal medicine was absolutely ineffective. He decided to take a gamble at all costs. Originally, he had already prepared the stone skin to take the risk for the divine king and little Tingting. Now that his own life was at stake, there was no way out. He could only press forward courageously. This might be the last time we meet. And Miaoyi slowly sat up. Her hair fell like water as she gazed at Yi Fan. This is definitely not the last time we meet. Yi Fan was extremely serious. He revealed a brilliant smile and said, "Please believe me, I will not die. I still want to live for another 10,000 years and make those holy lands speechless." 10,000 years. So far away. And Miaoyi stood up and walked towards the jade bed. She stood in front of the window and gazed at the bright moon. The other half of the heaven-devouring evil jar is about to come into being. After who knew how long, and Miaoyi suddenly spoke. "Do you need the divine physique, saint physique, and heavenly demonic physique to come with you?" Yi Fan asked. "Don't go, don't ask why." And Miaoyi did not turn around and calmly said, "All right, I won't go." Yi Fan replied. After a long time, she finally returned. Looking at Yi Fan, she said, "Little man, you should go." "I will live." Yi Fan sat up. "It's time to leave." And Miaoyi helped him put on his clothes. Her movements were gentle and slow. "All right, in order to prove that I am still alive in this world, you will hear news about me every once in a while. This land will not be peaceful," Yi Fan said as he left. The divine city was bustling, but Yi Fan still had to leave. He did not leave immediately because he was waiting for the Black Emperor. In the following days, he walked within the divine city, causing the younger generation to tremble with fear. No one dared to speak too much. The might of the saint physique did not diminish, causing people to revere him. He easily killed Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian, intimidating everyone. They were afraid that they would follow in his footsteps and be mercilessly killed by him. Everyone knew that the saint physique did not have much time left. There was no need to be apprehensive, and no one dared to provoke him again. Even the saint children avoided him, feeling apprehensive. They were afraid that Yi Fan would challenge them at this time. This was not impossible. In his final madness, he would unleash his might and kill them. That would truly be a great misfortune. Even the golden-winged little Peng was well-behaved and rarely appeared. Rumor had it that he was returning to the central region of the eastern wasteland with the old Peng king. The wind phoenix also became low-key. It seemed to have quietened down and rarely appeared. In the final days of his life, Yi Fan's might was flourishing. No one dared to face him head-on. All the saint children and saintesses avoided him, and the younger generation was even more fearful. They were all silent, not daring to utter a single word of disrespect. Every time he appeared, a region would become quiet. Compared to a few days ago, it could be said that it was completely different. Everyone felt uneasy. The Black Emperor returned. He was dispirited and full of dejection. He continuously cursed, "Damn it, I can't enter Mount Zishan. Damn it, what happened? Goodbye, Divine City." Yi Fan bid farewell to the Divine King and just happened to see the Wind Clan Saint Lord and the Divine King in white discussing marriage. Chapter 423. Yi Fan was scarred by the ways, so he only had half a year left at most. Even if he broke through the curse and dominated the younger generation, he was obviously no longer someone worth roping in. About the marriage. The Supreme God King sat at the top. His hair was white like snow, and his eyes were dim, but he was as handsome as ever. It was impossible to tell how he was doing. The sacred lord of the Wind Clan sat below and did not move at all. His black hair was disheveled, and his eyes were deep. He gave off an invisible sense of dignity. He was not very reserved before the God King. That girl, the Wind Phoenix, is too stubborn. She refused to agree, so there's nothing we can do. We've spoiled her too much. I understand. The white-robed God King nodded before coughing gently. Traces of blood appeared on the white cloth. It was bright and startling. "Sigh, no one thought something like this would happen," said the sacred lord of the Wind Clan, Feng Jingyun. "It's not your fault. Yi Fan is the same as me. He's in a precarious situation and has no future. If he gets engaged to the Pearl of the Wind clan, it will be inappropriate. The white-robed God King wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He seemed rather lonely. The white-robed God King had existed in the world for 5,000 years. Once he used the battle saint technique, all the heroes of the world would submit. He had come personally to facilitate the marriage between the two clans, but in the end, nothing had happened. Although it was humiliating, the God King did not mind. That was the reality. Saying more would only humiliate himself, so he was better off just brushing it off and acting like nothing had happened. After all, he had turned down the Supreme God King. The Sacred Lord of the Wind Clan, Feng Jingyun, was rather nervous. Although it was because of the Wind Phoenix's stubbornness, everyone could see through this excuse. "Greetings, God King." Yifan saw all of this. He entered and bowed before bowing to the Sacred Lord of the Wind Clan. The Sacred Lord of the Wind Clan, Feng Jingyun, eased up and changed the topic. He looked at Yifan and said, "There's always a way out. There'll definitely be a way out. You don't need to despair." Yifan smiled very brightly. The knot in his heart had been resolved, and he was no longer gloomy. He revealed his shiny teeth and said, "The heavens want to take me, but I really don't want to go. I won't let them get what they want." "All right." The Supreme God King nodded. The Wind Clan's Holy Lord smiled faintly and said, "Young people should be like this, full of vigor and vitality. I believe that your future is not limited to this. You've even broken the curse of more than 10,000 years. Is there anything more difficult than this?" Of course, these were just polite words. At this time, he could only say some encouraging words. It was impossible for them to get engaged. Fortunately, they had never confirmed anything before, and there was no breaking of promises now. Yifan smiled and expressed his gratitude. Then, he bade farewell to the Divine King and said that he was going to travel far away. "Leave after 2 days. The child with the extreme Yin physique is clamoring to see you. He will arrive tomorrow," said the Divine King. Little Tingting wanted to come, so Yifan nodded in agreement. The immortal godly medicine is a sacred healing item. Every great emperor would have one of them, and it's an immortal treasure of the world. If you can find it, it will definitely be of great use to your injured body. "All you lack is the primordial world," said the Supreme God King. This was the result of many days of pondering. If Yifan wanted to heal the wounds of the great Tao, he could only be healed with the nourishment of the immortal godly medicine in the primordial world. The primordial world. The Wind Clan's Holy Lord was shocked. In the vast eastern wilderness, there are only 7 places that still retain the power of the laws of the primordial world. "They can nourish the divine body," said the white-robed Divine King. "Could it be the 7 forbidden zones for life?" The Wind Clan's Holy Lord was shocked, and his face was filled with shock. Unfortunately, other than the great emperors, no one can survive for more than a few months in the forbidden zones. The Supreme God King sighed. The divine body was the favored child of the world before the primordial world. In that kind of time, the laws of the world hadn't changed, and it was very suitable for them to grow. According to the Divine King's speculation, only in that kind of place with the immortal godly medicine could one recover. Yifan was suddenly enlightened. He clenched his fists. His life was finally in his hands. He could take a gamble and not leave it to fate. When he walked out of the hall, he saw Feng Lai and the others. Now, these people's gazes were all strange. One of them was a rather beautiful girl. She smiled and said, "I'll go and tell the lady that we finally beat him away." Hearing this, Yifan turned around and glanced at her. He said, "There was never any relationship. Why do you have to do this?" "Of course there is no relationship at all." "Humph." This girl was the maid of the Wind Phoenix. Last time, she and Feng Lai and a dozen others were all suppressed by Yifan. On the side, someone else snorted and said, "A total of 3 million kilograms of source. Even if you throw it into the water, you can still hear the sound." In the end it was wasted just like that. Yeah, what a waste. Such an astronomical figure. But it was only piled up to make a porcelain man with only half a year of life. What an extravagant squandering. This kind of physique is not good enough. In the end, everything was for naught. It caused our clan to lose so much source. The dozen or so young men and women were all the cousins of the Wind Phoenix. Some of them had been suppressed by Yifan before. Now that they saw him in such a state, they all spoke coldly. Yi Fan glanced at them and said, "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. 3 million kilograms of source is indeed not a small amount. If I don't die, I will personally go to the Wind Clan to pay it back." "Young man, your words are making me lose face. Don't mention it again." The Wind Clan Saint Lord walked out and scolded these young people with a dark expression. "How unruly. Go into seclusion immediately after returning to the clan." These people were all very afraid of the Wind Clan's Saint Lord. They all lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything else. Only after Feng Jingyun left did they raise their heads. Someone mumbled, "Nice words. He's about to die. How can he pay it back?" "Yeah, in less than half a year, he will become a rotting corpse. What's there to talk about?" Yi Fan was too lazy to argue with them. He only revealed a faint smile and said, "I will live for 10,000 years. At that time, all the Holy Lands will have a headache because my life is too long." Not far away, a beautiful figure came over. The phoenix was wearing a 5-colored dress. It was the Pearl of the Wind Clan. Her slender body was surrounded by colorful lights, dazzling and moving. The legendary exceptional immortal face was covered by a 5-colored phoenix mask. It was clear that this was a secret treasure that couldn't be seen through at all. It flowed with brilliant colors. "Miss, I was just about to tell you the good news." The maid from before smiled. The wind phoenix was as arrogant as before, as if she was standing in the clouds. She raised her sparkling and snow-white chin as she glanced at Yi Fan and said, "Take care of your injuries." Yi Fan smiled and didn't say anything. He turned around and left. If he didn't die, perhaps he would really meet these people soon. The Wind Clan was located in the central region of the Eastern Barren Territory. One of the 7 forbidden grounds, the Undying Mountain, was located there. After solving his problem, he would definitely go there. That night, Yi Fan made it clear that he was going to find the immortal godly medicine and fight against the heavens. Pang Bo objected firmly. He felt that it was too dangerous and that there was only a slim chance of survival. He wanted to take the Azure Monarch's heart and extend Yi Fan's life. However, Yi Fan had made up his mind and couldn't change it anymore. Since things had come to this, it was useless to stop him. They began to discuss where the most suitable place was. "Actually, there is an immortal godly medicine in the Purple Mountain. It was planted by Emperor Wu Shi himself. Sadly, we can't go in now." The Black Emperor was annoyed. He had been cursing for an entire day and couldn't understand why such a thing had happened. How does this damned dog know so much? Did he run out from there? Li Heishui was suspicious. Did the world start to change again? The big black dog's eyes were burning. He looked at the sky and laughed foolishly, ignoring the other suspicious gazes. Right now, no one cared about that. They were all discussing where to go. Li Heishui thought that they definitely couldn't go to the 7 forbidden grounds. Even the ancient sages could enter but couldn't come out. It was impossible for them to stay for several months to recover. Tu Fei thought that the nest of 10,000 dragons was worth considering. After all, he had seen with his own eyes that there was a true dragon godly medicine there. Apart from that, it was hard to find another one in the world. "Actually, I've made up my mind long ago. When I collected the divine origin stone skin, you guys always thought that I would go to the Purple Mountain. That's not the case at all." Yi Fan spread out the Eastern Barren Grass map and pointed to one side. "I want to go there." "No, we definitely can't go there. We definitely can't go there. It's too dangerous. Even if a few holy lands joined hands to attack it, they wouldn't be able to make a splash. It's really a dangerous place. No one can come out alive." Tu Fei and Li Heishui objected strongly. The next day, little Ting Ting followed the Jiang family's warriors through the void to arrive. She wore a purple dress that looked like a delicate porcelain doll. However, her big eyes were filled with tears. As soon as she saw Yi Fan, she threw herself at him and said, "Big Gidge." She knew everything about Yi Fan. She was so heartbroken. Tears rolled down her face unceasingly, wetting Yi Fan's clothes. Her big eyes were red from crying. "Big Gidge, don't let anything happen to you," she sobbed. She was so sad. "Ting Ting, be good. Don't cry. I'm going to be okay." Yi Fan squatted and comforted her. "Big Gidge, Ting Ting has the extreme Een true blood. I've read in the ancient books that it can save lives. Little Ting Ting wiped her tears while sobbing. She wanted to cut her white wrist to release the extreme true blood. Yi Fan hurriedly stopped her, scratched her nose and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll be fine before long." "Really?" Xiao Ting Ting's long eyelashes were filled with sparkling tears. Her face was filled with disbelief. "When have I ever lied to you? Don't cry. Otherwise, you'll look like a little kitten." Yi Fan wiped her tears and rubbed her head. "When can I see you again?" Little Ting Ting still didn't believe him. Every time her big eyes blinked, tears rolled down her face. "Not too far away." Then, Yi Fan's myriad chi cauldron appeared, hovering above his head. 10,000 wisps of mysterious yellow chi poured down, creating a misty world. Hiss! Everybody took in a cold breath. Many people wanted to jump over. If the peerless God King wasn't here, a bloody battle would be unavoidable. Ah! Little Ting Ting was startled. "Do you like it?" Yi Fan asked her. Then, he stood up and faced the people of the Jiang family. "I'll lend this cauldron to Little Ting Ting temporarily." Everyone understood what he meant. His fate was unknown. If he couldn't come back, then this cauldron would be given to the princess of the Jiang family. If he could come back to life, he would take it away. No one thought he could come back to life. The other experts' eyes were spitting fire. This heaven-defying sacred object was given away just like that. Helping the princess was the same as helping the Jiang family. Yi Fan originally wanted to keep this cauldron for Pang Bo, but he was afraid that it would bring Pang Bo a fatal disaster. As a result, he didn't do that. He had personally experienced too much. The reason why the Holy Lands chased after him was mainly related to the myriad chi cauldron. He didn't want Pang Bo to follow in his footsteps, so he secretly gave the Scarlet Phoenix blood gold to Pang Bo. It was also a peerless sacred object, but no one knew about the Scarlet Phoenix blood gold's existence. "It wouldn't bring disaster to Pang Bo. I'll keep it for you to forge super extreme weapons in the future. The more types of sacred objects, the better," Pang Bo said when he accepted it. This cauldron was given to Little Ting Ting. With the Jiang family's protection, there was no need to worry about outsiders coveting it. It also freed Yi Fan completely. When he was strong enough, he could take it back. Now, he didn't have much life left. He had given away the supreme treasure, so there was no need for the various great powers to keep an eye on him. It could be said that he had opened a dead end and unlocked the shackles. Many youngsters of the Wind Clan were dissatisfied. They felt that Yi Fan was biased and didn't consider the Wind Clan. They were ignored. In reality, you still have hope of living. As long as you sever 4 of your cultivation, your injuries won't worsen even if you can't recover completely. An Eastern Wasteland divine doctor said. This was someone invited by the Divine King. He himself had Holy Lord level cultivation, and his medical skills were rare in this world. "Is that so? Then I will definitely choose to continue living." Yi Fan smiled. If he left this time to fight for a future, it would be a very good excuse. The Divine King left without a sound. No one knew where he went. Little Ting Ting and the myriad energy cauldron also disappeared with him. He didn't return to the Jiang family, leaving the world in great suspense. Everyone had already guessed that he didn't have much life left. However, why did he take the little girl away? Some people speculated that this was the Divine King's last method of intimidation. He purposely left an unsolved mystery so that the world couldn't know whether he was alive or dead. Without a definite answer, it was like a sharp sword that didn't fall down. It made people's hearts hang in suspense. This was a formless intimidation. When Yi Fan was about to leave, he carefully walked around the divine city. Everywhere he went, the youngsters were all incomparably fearful, fearing that he would carry out his final crazy act. "Motherfucker, the divine body is here. Hurry and run. What chance does he have to live? I reckon he's going to find a saint-level character to start a massacre. Hurry and leave the divine city. Didn't you see? All the saintesses and sons have run away. They've long since disappeared. I heard that even the little Pang King has left and returned to the central region of the Eastern Wasteland. The Wind Phoenix and the others have also left. They've also returned to the central region." Everywhere Yi Fan went, it was like a quiet street. Everyone was afraid that he would challenge them in the last days of his life. No one dared to face him head-on and all of them retreated. Unfortunately, Everyone guessed wrongly. Yi Fan didn't challenge anyone. After the Black Emperor finished carving an extremely complicated and profound domain gate Dao pattern, he chose to bid farewell to the divine city and was about to leave. Yao Yuekong, the Jade Lake Saintess, the great Xia Prince, the white-robed nun, and the others came to see him off. Soon after, more people came to see him off. Yi Fan saw An Miaoyi in the crowd. She was peerless and untainted by the aura of the mortal world. She looked over quietly with clear eyes. Swoosh! Yi Fan raised his hand, activating Immortal Melody, flying it towards An Miaoyi. That was a wondrous treasure cut out from the immortal sound stone. If it was nourished by immortal energy, it could become an unmatched immortal scripture. Goodbye! Yi Fan stepped onto the profound jade platform and instantly disappeared as he crossed the void. Chapter 424. The sky was azure, like a massive crystal, untainted by any impurities. A cool breeze blew gently, carrying with it the fresh scent of plants that contained boundless vitality. The north region was monotonous and dull, lacking vitality. The land was crimson red, and there was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It was desolate and bleak, and not even birds could be seen. Now it was winter. Snow drifted for millions of kilometers, and the land was covered in silver and white. At this time, the environment that Yi Fan was in was very different. Spring was warm, and flowers were blooming. The scenery was picturesque. Birds were singing, and various animals could be seen from time to time. He left the north region and came to a world that was full of vitality. Everything was pleasing to the eye, and the flourishing vitality made one feel optimistic and cheerful. Damn dog! Yi Fan cursed. Traversing through the void, he was 1.5 million miles away from his destination. The large black dog had sworn that the error would not be more than 2,000 kilometers, but the error was an astronomical figure. This dog is really unreliable. If the Black Emperor was in front of him, Yi Fan would have the urge to beat him up. The Black Emperor, Pang Bo, Tu Fei, Li Heishui, and the others did not follow. Otherwise, they would be too obvious and easily arouse suspicion. Fortunately, it was not unacceptable, and he finally entered the region where his destination was. Although 1.5 million kilometers was extremely far, it was only a small distance to this region. If he did not enter this region, it would really become a tragedy. He did not have much life left, and could not live for more than half a year. He had no time to waste on the road. The boat floated leisurely on the water, moving with the flow. Yi Fan was not in a hurry. He lay on a boat, and carefully thought about the various difficulties he would face, as well as the methods to deal with them. The river was not wide, nor was it rapid. The shore was full of aquatic plants, and the fragrance of the plants was mixed with the smell of the earth, making him feel endless nature. On the water surface, there were fish leaping up from time to time, creating splashes and revealing the white belly of the fish. It was very lively. Night fell, and Yi Fan took out his wine sack, drank a few mouthfuls of wine, and ate half a roast chicken. He lay on the boat and fell asleep peacefully, and the small boat naturally drifted down. Bang! In the latter half of the night, the skiff crashed into a boat in front of it. Yi Fan woke up and found himself in a wide river. Stars twinkled in the sky. On the river, there was a large ship that was dozens of feet long. Its lights flickered, and many people looked down. Someone asked, "Who hit the ship?" "I'm sorry, everyone." Yi Fan cupped his hands and apologized. The people on the boat were very reasonable. Seeing that Yi Fan's boat was damaged, they lowered the rope and let him board. "Thank you, everyone." Yi Fan wanted to learn more about this area from these people, so he didn't refuse their kindness. This was a large ship that sailed on the river all year round. There were ordinary mortals on it, but there were also many cultivators. Many people couldn't sleep at night, so they stood on the deck and chatted. Yi Fan paid some money to the owner of the ship and officially became a passenger. He quietly listened to the discussions of these people. During this period of time, all the heroes of the world have gathered in the northern domain. First, there was the world-shocking inheritance of great Emperor Wuxia, and now there is the rumor of the ancient heaven-devouring evil jar. It has really stirred up the world. Some cultivators sighed and discussed the recent major events. Yi Fan was surprised. The heaven-devouring evil jar was really going to appear in the world. What An Miaoyi said wasn't false. However, He stayed far away from the center of the storm and didn't join in the fun. There was definitely great danger inside. Although Miaowie didn't say it clearly, there were enough hints to tell him not to go and not to ask why. Speaking of which, the saint physique is too pitiful. He broke the curse of hundreds of thousands of years, but in the end, he couldn't escape death. Indeed. Not long ago, he attracted the attention of the world, but this is the result. What a pity. He has the battle strength to dominate the younger generation, but he can't live long in this world. It can be considered the fall of a generation of heroes. In the future, there will be one less person who has the hope of approaching the great emperor. For the saint children, they can sigh in relief. Many people felt it was a pity when talking about the saint physique. Otherwise, the younger generation would fight fiercely in the future. The current ending meant that there would be much less excitement. So what if he has a saint physique? In the great era where many monarchs rise, he will similarly fade into the crowd and not reach the apex. A man clad in black iron clothes suddenly spoke. Many people were shocked. No one noticed when he appeared. He was like a specter that appeared out of thin air. Only Yi Fan saw this person step out of the void. He was extremely extraordinary, and even he was surprised. He was definitely a top expert of the younger generation. Who are you? Why do you say that? Some people were dissatisfied with his words. It doesn't matter who I am. I'm just stating a fact. In the past, I've never heard of a saint physique becoming a great emperor. When all the kings rose, he was definitely not the most dazzling. This was a very young man. He was tall and slender, and his appearance was handsome. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. The black armor on his body flickered with a cold metallic luster. In his hand was a black battle spear. The blade was very sharp, and specks of bloody light were faintly discernible. There was an endless killing intent sealed within, as if it had drunk the blood of millions of creatures. How many great emperors have there been since ancient times? In the era of no great emperor, perhaps not many could compete with the saint physique. The people on the ship could see that he was not ordinary, so they didn't dare to speak too intensely. In this great era, there must be a great emperor born. Otherwise, it would be a shame for so many ancient monarchs to appear at the same time. The saint physique is not enough. He can't stand out. The young man's expression was cold as he constantly shook his head. Under the contrast of the flickering black iron clothes, his skin was very white, but there was not a trace of femininity. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a god from the underworld. Young man, you are very confident and powerful. However, since ancient times, only a few great emperors have appeared among millions and millions of people. You saying that there will be one in this era is too whimsical. The present era is very similar to hundreds of thousands of years ago. All kinds of powerful physiques have appeared one after another. There will definitely be a person like Wuxia. The young man spoke with an extremely certain tone. His eyes flickered with a brilliance similar to raging flames. The others were all stunned. Many people had heard of this before. Yi Huiling, are you still not going to come out? Don't drag out our battle for too long. I think we should settle this soon. The young man in the black iron battle suit held his halberd as he stood on the deck and transmitted his voice. Wang Chongxiao, you came quite quickly. A girl walked out from the second floor of the ship. Her steps were light and agile. She wore a blue dress that fluttered in the night wind. She was only around 20 years old. Her appearance and temperament matched her name. Her appearance was stunning, intelligent, and ethereal. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her skin was so tender that it seemed as if it would break from the wind. She landed on the deck. She was slender and elegant like an orchid in an empty valley. There was a kind of tranquil and transcendent temperament amidst her absolute beauty. What? They are the kings of the Central Plains young generation? I heard that they fought all the way to the eastern wasteland. That's right. I've long heard that there are kings among the Central Plains young generation. Their battles are world-shaking. Each of them has their own innate secret techniques. Even the older generation couldn't stop them. The cultivators on the ship were all shocked. They didn't expect to see the young kings of the Central Plains here. As expected, their auras were extraordinary. There would definitely be a fierce battle. I don't want to have a life-and-death battle with you in the near future. Wang Chongxiao, why are you chasing me so relentlessly? Yi Huiling's voice was gentle and pleasant to the ears. I already know that you obtained the legendary sky-covering treasured robe. You want to use it to isolate your aura and enter the forbidden region to pick the immortal divine medicine. Is that correct? Wang Chongxiao's voice was calm. Yi Fan's heart jumped when he heard these words. The young king of the Central Plains came with the sky-covering treasured robe. Their goal was the same. This wasn't good news. The other party had most likely come to the same place as him. This was definitely a powerful competitor. You're wrong. How could I enter so easily? I just want to rely on the sky-covering treasured robe to take a look at the edge of the forbidden region. Yi Huiling shook her head. Since you don't dare to enter, then leave the sky-covering treasured robe to me. I'll go pick the immortal divine medicine. Wang Chongxiao sneered. They had fought all the way from the Central Plains to the Eastern Wasteland. It was unknown how many times they had fought. They were evenly matched, but the further they went, the more intense it would be. The struggle between kings was a battle of life and death. Since there's no other choice, there's no harm in fighting. Although Yi Huiling's words were gentle, she didn't show any weakness. All of you leave. No one is allowed to turn back to watch. Otherwise you'll be killed without mercy. Wang Chongxiao's words were cold as he glanced at everyone on the ship. The owner of the ship hurriedly ordered the ship to leave. He didn't want to provoke the young king of the Central Plains. In the entire world, there weren't many in the younger generation who could compete with them. Wang Chongxiao jumped into the void. His black robe flickered with cold light. His hair danced in the wind as he stood there with his spear in hand. He looked like a king of hell. Yi Huiling's blue robe fluttered in the wind. She was ethereal and pure as she stood quietly under the night sky. A jade flute appeared in her hand. It was sparkling and translucent, engraved with profound Tao patterns. There was an aura of the great Tao circulating around it. She was one with the heaven and earth. This is too arrogant. They even dare to do this in our eastern wasteland. Why can't we watch? Some young cultivators were dissatisfied. Are they really kings who can coexist with the divine king physique? Don't say any more. They are indeed kings who have inherited the divine king physique. How many years has it been since they last appeared? Don't clash with them. Otherwise, no one will be able to block a single attack from them. Wang Chongxiao glanced coldly at the ship in the river and said coldly, "All of you, disappear immediately." This is too domineering. Do they really think they have already ruled over the world and are giving orders in our eastern wasteland? Some people were extremely dissatisfied. Wang Chongxiao sneered and said, "Although I haven't ruled over the world, I'm not someone ants like you can give me pointers behind my back. There aren't many people in this generation in the eastern wasteland that can enter my eyes." Too much. Someone rushed into the sky. His entire body shone with purple radiance like a star. This was a handsome young man. He shouted, "What right do you have to look down on our eastern wasteland cultivators? Because I am the king of the Central Plains younger generation." Wang Chongxiao's expression was cold. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. This is the eldest disciple of the moon-worshipping sect, Su Yueming. He is a cultivator at the peak of the Four Extremes realm and a peak expert of the younger generation. Someone cried out in surprise. They didn't expect there to be such an expert on the ship. "Let me see if you are worthy of your title as a so-called king." Su Yueming rushed forward. "Even a grain of rice can shine." Wang Chongxiao sneered. He didn't use his battle spear. A terrifying black wall appeared behind him and suffused with the aura of a god. Countless divine swords and magic treasures were stabbed into the wall. It was mysterious and hazy. He didn't even turn his head. He slowly pulled out a divine sword that was as red as blood. The tip of the sword spat out scarlet radiance that rushed into the heavens. He swung the sword down. Puh! Blood splashed everywhere. Su Mingyue was cut into two. It was as if he was fighting against a god. He was powerless to reverse the situation and couldn't block it at all. Even his weapon was shattered into pieces. Everyone was stunned. Their hearts trembled. The king of the Central Plains younger generation was too terrifying. With a single attack, he cut an expert at the Four Extremes realm in half. Chang! Wang Chongxiao didn't turn around. He stabbed the divine sword that was as red as blood into the black wall behind him. All kinds of divine weapons and magic treasures flickered with radiance and disappeared along with the terrifying black demon wall. Cough! On the ship, Yi Fan coughed up blood. He wiped it clean with a silk handkerchief and looked at the sky quietly. In my opinion, apart from the Ji family's divine king physique and Yao Guang saint child, everyone else in the eastern wasteland can't even take a single blow. Wang Chongxiao's black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were deep like an underworld king. His black armor was cold and oppressive. He looked down at everyone on the ship. Chapter 425. At this time, the shipowner was trembling in fear and ordered his men to speed up. Facing the young king of Central Plains, he felt a chill all over his body. He didn't want the other to cut his ship into pieces. All the cultivators were scared and no one dared to say anything else. Even someone as powerful as Su Yueming had been cut in half in one move. Blood fell onto the deck, creating a ghastly sight. Yi Fan stood on the ship calmly and didn't say anything. He didn't want to cause trouble, but his mind was spinning. If the two young kings of Central Plains were both injured, he wouldn't mind borrowing the sky-enveloping treasured robe and killing the powerful Wang Chongxiao along the way. Wang Chongxiao, you're going too far. Yi Huiling's voice was soft but cold. You don't need to care about my business. Tonight, we will have a battle to the death. Wang Chongxiao said coldly. His black dagger axe glowed with a bloody light as his murderous intent soared into the sky. Yi Huiling was ethereal. Her black hair danced in the wind, her skin was smooth, her eyes like black gems, her nose straight, and her teeth like jade. She held a jade flute in front of her cherry lips and blew lightly. Under the bright moonlight, she was like an otherworldly immortal, elegant and ethereal. The sound of the flute could purify one's soul, like a sweet spring flowing out of the desert or a bud growing in the harsh winter, bringing endless hope and beauty to people. Humph! Wang Chongxiao snorted as the dagger axe in his hand vibrated in the night sky. His murderous intent was as cold as winter, chilling the world to the bone. At the same time, there seemed to be millions of creatures struggling in the sea of blood. This was definitely a peerless murderous weapon. Its terrifying murderous intent and endless aura were all contained within the dagger axe. Now that it was being released, it made people feel cold all over. If the beautiful sound of the flute represented life, then his aura represented death. The moment the dagger axe moved, the plants would wither. Wang Chongxiao stared at the ship in the river and sneered. I've already said, no one is allowed to look back. Did you not hear me? He turned into a beam of black light and swooped down. The atmosphere on the ship was extremely tense. Everyone was afraid that this powerful young king would attack coldly. At the same time, Yi Huiling floated over and blocked his path. There's no need to involve unrelated people. Wang Chongxiao stopped. Standing in the night sky, he coldly looked down at Yi Fan and said, I've said this many times, but you don't respect it. You still look at the sky. Are you provoking me? I knew you were special. I don't want to get involved in your fight. Of course, if you insist on forcing me to take action, then there's nothing I can do. Although Yi Fan didn't want to cause trouble, it was impossible for him to lower his head and listen to orders. You talk big. Do you think you're qualified to get involved? Wang Chongxiao stared at him. Yi Fan didn't say anything more. He slowly turned around and walked away, no longer paying attention to him. The formless killing intent rushed over. Everyone on the ship felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. However, Yi Fan was still walking forward, unaffected. His steps were very rhythmic. Chi! A black light rushed over and shot toward Yi Fan's back. It was the tip of the spear spewing out. It carried the smell of blood as if it had drunk the blood of countless creatures. Bang! Yi Fan didn't even look back. He flicked his finger and shot out a beam of golden light, shattering the black light and dissolving the killing intent into nothingness. I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Wang Chongxiao was a bit surprised. The others on the ship were also surprised. They didn't expect this young man to be able to block the attack of a young king from the Central Plains. Yi Fan turned around and said, You should go find the divine king physique and the heavenly demonic physique to fight. I don't want to fight you for no reason. On my way here, the Eastern Baron cultivators couldn't even withstand a single blow. Are you afraid? Wang Chongxiao sneered. Ding! A beam of black light rushed out of his body and emitted a metallic sound. Like a black spear, it stabbed toward Yi Fan. Chi! Yi Fan waved his sleeve, and with a light wave, the tip of the black spear was extinguished. It turned into a dark black mist and dissipated on the spot. Now, everyone could see that this young man wasn't simple. He was a top expert. Even Yi Huiling backed off and didn't want to interfere anymore. Could you be the Yao Guang saint? Wang Chongxiao revealed a strange expression. He felt that this was a strong opponent. No. Yi Fan replied calmly. If I'm not the Ji clan's divine king physique, the heavenly demonic physique, and the Yao Guang saint, how many others can I be? Wang Chongxiao was very conceited. Clang! A black wall appeared behind him. It was suffused with the aura of a god. There were many weapons and magic treasures stuck on it, making it look hazy and mysterious. Wang Chongxiao's iron clothes flowed with black light. He didn't look back and slowly pulled out a purple blade from the wall. Then he slashed down. This was an incomparable attack. The blade light rushed into the clouds and a giant purple lightning slashed down from the sky. The killing intent was endless. Even a level 4 cultivator at the peak stage could easily kill it. Swoosh! Yi Fan didn't move, but a green lotus rushed out from his body. It was surrounded by primal chaos mist and blocked in front of him. The purple blade was immediately stopped. Primal chaos green lotus. Someone cried out in surprise and revealed a look of disbelief. It's you! Wang Chongxiao was startled and realized something. He retracted the divine wall and quickly retreated. That's right, it's me. Yi Fan stepped into the night sky step by step. He faced the king of the young generation from Jianghu with a calm expression. However, everyone felt a type of pressure. The golden blood energy rushed into the sky like an ancient immortal cauldron burning. It made people unable to get close and made them feel suffocated. He's the Saint Physique Yi Fan. Who would have thought that he would come here? He's going to fight the king of the young generation from Jianghu. The people on the ship all cried out in surprise. Yi Fan had just left the divine city and he was going to fight the king of Jianghu. This was not a small matter. Recently, he had been surrounded by wind. Yi Fan didn't want to do this, but the other party was a powerful opponent. As long as he fought, he wouldn't be able to hide his aura. Since this was the case, there was nothing to hide. I heard that you don't have much time left and will die soon. Wang Chongxiao's expression was cold. He didn't dare to get too close. The flesh of the saint physique was unparalleled. Even someone as arrogant as him didn't dare to fight in close combat. Yi Fan laughed and said, "Didn't you want to fight me? Why are you standing so far away?" Everyone was speechless. Did anyone dare to stand next to him? His flesh was like divine steel and indestructible. Only by using heaven-overflowing magical power could he fight. In this great era where kings rise, the saint physique isn't much. It isn't the most dazzling. I'll break you! Wang Chongxiao shouted. Behind him, the black divine wall reappeared, and there was an additional door. At this moment, a crack opened with a rumbling sound, and immediately, heaven-overflowing killing intent rushed out. It was like it was connected to the 9 underworlds. There was a peerless demon sealed inside that could rush out at any time. The endless killing intent was like a sea, causing the entire sky to tremble. Netherworld King's Wall. Yi Huiling said softly. What? This is the Netherworld King's Wall. So he has the body of the Netherworld King. He really is the king of Jianghu. The people on the ship all cried out in surprise. They thought of many legends. The Netherworld King's Wall has countless divine weapons buried within it. It can pierce through all enemies in the world and is unstoppable. Behind the divine wall is the Netherworld King's pure land. If it is opened, one can obtain supreme power and become invincible. He has already opened a crack in that door. It is clear how terrifying it is. This wasn't a phenomenon, but an innate divine technique. It was extremely terrifying and few people in the world could match it. Once it was used, one could look down on their peers and stand at the peak. In the legends, there was a divine spirit slumbering in the depths of the Netherworld King's pure land. Only a Netherworld King that surpassed large success could come into contact with it. It was difficult for the common people to distinguish between true and false. Some people said that this wasn't a divine spirit, but rather one's own sleeping potential. Or perhaps it was a divine spirit that was born from the human body. Once one stepped into that realm, they would obtain the characteristics of a divine spirit. Eternal Divine Wall. Wang Chongxiao shouted out loud. Behind him, the black wall bloomed with endless divine light. Countless divine weapons and magic treasures trembled. Then, clanging sounds rang out endlessly as they were all pulled out on their own. Purple spears, scarlet swords, golden seals, pitch-black halberds. Divine weapons were like a forest, lining up in front of him. Killing intent soared into the heavens, leaving everyone trembling in fear. With so many divine weapons pulled out from the Netherworld King's wall, it was hard to imagine just how terrifying their might was. This was because everyone had personally seen a scarlet sword cut down Su Yueming, who was at the four extremes perfection boundary. Wang. The void trembled. Countless divine weapons and magic treasures appeared, turning into a vast sea. The dazzling light caused the moon and stars to lose their luster as they all rushed towards Yi Fan. This was a fatal blow. Wang Chongxiao wanted to succeed in one strike. He wanted to use his greatest strength to destroy the divine body. The Netherworld King's divine wall had countless divine weapons buried within it. It could be said to be the most terrifying divine wall in the world. In the endless years of history, who knew how many kings had died beneath this wall? Whoosh! Yi Fan didn't move. A small world appeared. The mountains and rivers inside were magnificent and picturesque. He stood on a lonely cliff. No matter how many divine weapons moved about, they couldn't cut him in the slightest. Once the phenomenon of Lovely Land appeared, it managed to block all the divine weapons. Wang. At the same time, Yi Fan moved. He displayed the phenomenon of an immortal king descending from the 9 heavens, becoming one with himself. He was like a reborn immortal king as he directly rushed towards Wang Chongxiao. Boom! The world shook. Golden blood energy flooded the sky. Yi Fan's combat strength was like a raging sea, shocking the mind. It was as if he wanted to pierce through the great Tao and destroy the world. With a wave of his hand, countless divine weapons were destroyed. He seemed to have turned into a god, breaking through all obstacles. He lifted his hand and sent out the yin-yang life and death diagram, striking forward. Bam! Wang Chongxiao's divine wall shook as if it was about to collapse. He quickly flew backward with a shocked expression on his face. The opponent's combat strength was too strong. It was beyond his expectations. You! He only stopped when he was far enough away. The divine body is nothing, but it's enough to fight against you. Yi Fan smiled. Hearing this, Wang Chongxiao's expression darkened. He said that the divine body was ordinary and couldn't reach the apex. In the end, the opponent responded with action. All the spectators were shocked. This kind of power indeed had the ability to look down on the younger generation. Although the divine body didn't have much life left, he could definitely fight against the young kings of the Central Plains. This is just a small trick. Watch my true supreme divine technique of Netherworld King. Wang Chongxiao's voice was low. His eyes suddenly became empty. The divine wall behind him trembled. The door was slowly opened, and the gap became larger. Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. This was truly a great enemy. He felt a dangerous aura and couldn't let his guard down. Boom! Yi Fan's body shook. His skin turned golden as if he had turned into a golden god of war. The entire world trembled as he pressed forward. It was as if he had come from ancient times, step by step. Everyone present was alarmed and their faces paled. Wang Chongxiao's expression also froze. He quickly used the supreme divine technique of Netherworld King. Wang Chongxiao, you should put away your divine technique and save your strength to fight with me. Yi Huiling chuckled. She blew on her jade flute, and heavenly music flew out. Swoosh! Wang Chongxiao retreated far into the sky. The Netherworld King's wall disappeared. Even though his divine technique was unparalleled, he didn't dare to fight against the two of them alone. Divine body, I underestimated you. I take back my words. If you don't die, we'll fight again in the future. He turned into a beam of black light and flew away. He didn't want to fight against two great enemies in one night. The divine body fought the insufferably arrogant young king of the Central Plains and was evenly matched. In the end, he forced the latter to retreat. This result shocked everyone. The divine body is about to die, but he's still so powerful. How terrifying! If he continues to grow, he will be able to compete with all the kings of the world. He will be their peerless enemy. Everyone was shocked. Everyone knew that Yi Fan was about to die. They all felt that it was a pity that they wouldn't be able to see him compete with the other kings. The night was like water. A small boat floated down the river. The melodious sound of the flute seemed to be able to purify one's soul and intoxicate them. Yi Fan praised, "This is truly a divine technique. It's close to the great Tao." Yi Huiling smiled. "Brother Yi is too kind. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. I won't be able to listen to young Miss Ye's divine music." Yi Fan smiled. "I believe Brother Yi has also heard. I have the sky-shrouding treasured robe and can enter the 7 forbidden zones. If I lend it to you." Yi Huiling looked over. She was like a fairy under the moon, pure and beautiful. "Lend me the sky-shrouding treasured robe?" Yi Fan's expression changed. Yi Huiling chuckled. "I came for the immortal divine medicine, but there are many people from the Central Plains. It will be difficult for me to succeed. I'm afraid only someone with your physique can enter the forbidden zones." Chapter 426. The moon shone brightly as the boat drifted down the river. Occasionally, fish would jump out of the water, creating a splash. Mountains stood tall on both sides of the river. The cries of apes and roars of tigers disturbed the tranquility of the night. Yi Huiling stood on the small boat. Her hair danced in the wind, and her skin was like fine jade. The jade flute under her red lips shone brightly, and the ethereal melody was gentle and pleasant. She smiled and said that she came for the immortal medicine. However, even with the sky-shrouding treasured robe, it was impossible to enter the 7 great forbidden areas. Very few people could do this. Other than that, Yi Fan received some bad news. Many people from the Central Plains had come, and they all wanted the immortal medicine. Why is it like this? An old emperor of an eternal dynasty in the Central Plains has reached the end of his lifespan. A supreme sect master not weaker than the old emperor is also at the end of his life. They don't want to leave this world. Yi Fan gazed at the moon and pondered. The situation in the Central Plains had changed. The unworldly emperor and the supreme sect master had extended their lives, and this trip was full of uncertainties. He had to make preparations. Otherwise, if he fell behind, he would regret it for the rest of his life. There was no medicine for regret in this world. You don't need to worry. Since ancient times, no one has ever appeared in the forbidden areas or the great wastelands. It is almost impossible. Yi Huiling's eyes were like black gems that could see through the thoughts of others. She had a pure and holy aura, and her smile made the moon lose its splendor. "It will be difficult for me to pick the immortal medicine. Lending me the sky-shrouding treasured robe might let down Lady Ye's good intentions. No one in this world would give out treasured robes for no reason." Yi Huiling also came for the immortal medicine, but she knew how terrifying those forbidden areas were. It was not a place ordinary people could enter. With your physical body, if you wear the sky-shrouding treasured robe, your chances are quite high. Yi Huiling's cheeks were radiant. Yi Fan also smiled and shook his head. "Everyone knows that my body has a great Tao scar. Even if I pick a mature immortal medicine, it will be difficult to heal. We come to this world and experience everything. Sometimes we have no choice but to gamble." Yi Huiling's smile was pure. Yi Fan didn't say that he was going to a forbidden area. He didn't want to attract attention, so he naturally wouldn't reveal anything. Yi Huiling also couldn't lend him the treasured robe right away. There were still variables. This was the first time they had met, so she had already said that she needed to think about it. The Eastern Wasteland had 7 great life-forbidden regions that were endlessly mysterious. They were the last 7 places where archaic divine medicines might exist. The chances of finding them in the other great wastelands were minuscule. Yi Huiling worked hard and eliminated them one by one. She believed that the Undying Empire and the Supreme Sect in the Central Plains would eventually come to this area. It was because even though the 7 great life-restricted areas all had legends of undying divine medicines, since ancient times, this was the only place that had been seen, the ancient texts also recording it. The river became faster, and the cries of apes. The water. And the cries of the cries of the river. The boat flew like an arrow. Yi Huiling rose into the night sky. Her clothes fluttered in the wind. She was like Chang'e rushing to the moon, leaving behind only her beautiful back. She and Yi Fan had agreed to meet outside the forbidden area. If they came to an agreement, she would bring the sky-shrouding treasured robe and lend it to him. Yi Fan felt that time was pressing. He didn't dare to waste any more time. Once the experts of the central continent arrived, there would be a lot of trouble. the difficulty would increase greatly. There was a full 1.5 million li between them. Yi Fan took out the mysterious jade platform and began to cross the void. This was a one-way small realm gate. Each time he traveled, he could travel tens of thousands of li. Just like that, Yi Fan exhausted a lot of energy and finally arrived at an old place. He returned to the southern region with a clear goal. He wanted to enter the forbidden area again and climb the 9 sacred mountains. He wanted to drink the divine spring and eat the divine fruit. He wanted to recover and recuperate in that ancient world. He didn't understand the other forbidden areas. This was the only place where he had seen the divine medicine. He was most confident. After all, he had succeeded in the past. Of course, he didn't dare to be careless. According to his later understanding, the forbidden area was incomparably terrifying. He didn't suffer a calamity the last 2 times because of the existence of the bronze coffin. Otherwise, that abyss was almost unapproachable. Even standing at the foot of the sacred mountain would result in an indescribable death, not to mention climbing the mountain. There had always been entry but no exit. Pang Bo had also personally experienced it. He had read a lot of ancient books in the demonic race's Holy Land and learned more about the situation. He told his speculation to Yi Fan. It must be because the 9 dragons pulling the coffin fell on the mountain top that the peerless curse was cancelled out. It had already been several years. Yi Fan didn't know if he could climb the mountain again in peace. He didn't have a shred of confidence, but he had no way out. After returning to the southern region, Yi Fan was lost in thought. He didn't know how his former classmates were doing. Lin Jia, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Zhang Xiling, Lu Yi, Li Xiaoman. They had come to this world together. Presumably, they all had their own paths of life. Perhaps they would meet again soon. When passing by the Taishan sect, a super sect in the southern region, Yi Fan stood on a high mountain and looked into the distance. The 108 main peaks were majestic and majestic. It was like a divine land. The humble peak, the great way of nature, the 9 secrets. He thought of many things. Li Ruoyu, Ji Ziyue, Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman. There were many things that happened here. He didn't stop. Before picking the divine medicine, it was not good for him to show himself. Otherwise, it might cause a lot of waves and attract a lot of trouble. That day, Yi Fan entered the Yen kingdom. This was the starting point for them to cross the galaxy and come to this world. Yen was 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. Such a territory was only a drop in the ocean in the eastern wasteland. There were endless countries like this. The reason why it was known by the world was undoubtedly because of the ancient forbidden area in the central region. Since ancient times, there were too many legends left behind. Who knew how many peerless experts had fallen here? And even peerless holy lands had been destroyed here. Stepping into this land, Yi Fan was more or less excited. He really wanted to meet his classmates. They all came from the other side of the starry sky and had similar experiences. Yi Fan entered the Yen kingdom and revisited the old place. The city was bustling with people, and it was very prosperous and lively. The sound of hawking could be heard. Crispy chicken wings, free if they're not delicious. Zhang soup dumplings, thin skin, big stuffing, juicy and delicious. Come and try it. Yi Fan smiled. This place was the same as before. Nothing had changed. It was as if he had never left. Big brother. I'm hungry. Buy me a bun. I'm begging you. I'm very hungry. Suddenly, a young and pitiful voice was heard. Someone was gently tugging at his trousers. Yi Fan lowered his head and found a filthy and pitiful little girl looking up at him with her big eyes. She was only 3 or 4 years old. Her clothes were tattered and her face was full of dirt. Only her eyes were clear and bright. Nan Nan is so hungry. Big brother, do a good deed and buy me a bag. The little girl was very timid and scared. Her eyes were full of tears as if she had been starving for many days. Yi Fan's heart was somewhat sour. He bought a steaming hot soup dumpling and gave it to her. He told her to eat slowly and be careful not to burn it. Then, he stood up and walked into the distance. He had too many things to deal with. Even though he felt pity for her, he couldn't bring her to the ancient forbidden area. The little girl was very grateful. She watched him disappear. Her big eyes were full of tears. Ignoring the heat, she began to wolf down the dumpling. Suddenly, Yi Fan stopped. He felt that the scene just now was too familiar. 3 years ago, in the same city, on the same street, a similar thing happened. His body froze. He suddenly remembered that it was the same little girl. That tattered clothes, that dirty little face, that tear-filled eyes, they were all the same. 3 years had passed, but she hadn't changed at all. She was still the same. It made one's heart ache and feel pity for her. How could this be? Yi Fan suddenly turned around and quickly ran back. He didn't believe that a child hadn't changed at all after 3 years. This was clearly not normal. He felt that this little girl wasn't in disguise, but she definitely wasn't an ordinary child. There was no such pure and flawless eyes in this world. Her pitiful appearance made one's heart tremble. The street was filled with people coming and going in an endless stream. Yi Fan carefully searched but suddenly stopped. He withdrew his divine sense and no longer sent it out. This was because he had seen a peerless expert. There were 4 great characters in front of him. They wore dragon crowns on their heads and draconic chi revolved around their bodies. They had imposing appearances and were like dragons and tigers. They possessed a majestic and intimidating aura. At this level of cultivation, they didn't need to disguise themselves. Ancestral dragon heads appeared above each of their heads. They were like celestial emperors descending into the world, making people want to prostrate themselves in worship. The 4 peerless characters of the ancient flower dynasty. Yi Fan had seen them before in the divine city. They had used 410,000 kilograms of origin energy to buy the extremely damaged human-shaped divine medicine he had cut out from the Sky Fei treasure tower. That's right. Yi Fan suddenly understood. The old sacred masters of the ancient flower dynasty were at the end of their lifespan. They were searching everywhere for immortal divine medicines to prolong their lives. This time, the eternal imperial court of the Central Plains that wanted to enter the ancient desolate forbidden ground was undoubtedly them. It was likely that someone from another supreme sect had also arrived. With this delay, Yi Fan looked for the little girl again, but there was no trace of her. He didn't know where she had been pushed to by the crowd. He frowned slightly and chose a direction at the crossroads. Don't always follow me. A young girl's pleasant voice came from ahead, but no matter how he heard it, it sounded like she was sulking. Yi Fan was surprised. He didn't expect to meet Xianxia here. She was dressed in purple and looked ethereal. Her hair was like a waterfall, her nose was wrinkled, and she grinded her shiny canine teeth. A group of people followed around her, surrounding her and protecting her as she moved forward. Aya, Yi Fan is over there. Xianxia suddenly shouted and pointed forward. The people around her were all shocked and turned their heads to look at her. Xianxia immediately jumped up, lifted the corner of her purple dress, and ran. She wanted to escape. She was very lively and funny. Yi Fan was surprised. Her cultivation was obviously sealed, otherwise, she would have flown into the sky long ago. On the street, an old woman stood out and grabbed Xianxia's arm, stopping her. You're becoming more and more mischievous. I don't want you to follow me. Xianxia said angrily. The old woman quickly disappeared. The people from before surrounded Xianxia again. Yi Fan's face darkened. He saw Jihui. The old woman just now was her. All the grudges in the past could be said to have arisen because of her. Back then, he had escorted Xianxia back. Jihui repaid kindness with enmity. Not only did she not show any kindness, she even sent Ji Ren to kill him. In the end, she even personally took action. The series of disturbances that followed all stemmed from Ji Hui's pursuit. The person that Yi Fan hated the most could be said to be this old woman. This old thing seems to know that I will return. She actually set up a trap for me and wants to deal with me. Chapter 427. There were many people around Xianxia, but Yi Fan didn't care about them. What he was really afraid of were the experts in the dark, including the elders of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. Ji Hui, that old hag. In the past, he had escorted Xianxia back from 1,000 miles away. Ji Hui didn't repay him and almost caused him to be doomed. He had never hated someone so much before. Yi Fan stared at Ji Hui in the dark and almost attacked her a few times. With his indestructible body, he could follow her silently and kill her in one shot. However, he still restrained himself in the end. A little impatience would spoil a great plan. He came for the undying spirit medicine in the ancient desolate forbidden grounds. If he killed Ji Hui and revealed his whereabouts, it would bring about many variables. In this area, the Ji family and the Alcade were the absolute rulers. This was their territory, and no one could shake their position. You guys are too annoying. I'm not leaving. Gzus squatted on the ground and pouted, unwilling to get up. Her eyes darted around as she continued to look for an opportunity to escape. She targeted the people of the ancient Hua dynasty, hoping to borrow their strength. Many cultivators came to the Yan capital. The people of the ancient Hua dynasty didn't disguise themselves at all. Some wore the ancient Hua dragon robe, while others had dragon qi surrounding them. Yi Fan thought for a while and didn't follow them. He continued to look for the little girl in the city, but no matter how vast his divine sense was, he couldn't find her. He asked some people, and they said there were many abandoned children in the city. No one paid special attention to the one he was talking about, so there was no result. Yi Fan stayed in an inn, booked a quiet courtyard, and started to refine the stone armor. This was the key to entering and leaving the forbidden area. The stone skin of the god source was not strong and couldn't be used as armor, but it could isolate all auras. It was a strange material. All Genesis technique masters had god source stone armor. It was a rare treasure for entering and exiting dangerous places and ancient mines deep in the mountains. As the successor of the Yuan Taoist master, Yi Fan naturally knew about this. The 6 seals against immortals was a top-tier Genesis technique that required 6 types of divine essence stone skins as its materials. It was a technique that was close to the Tao. Not only could it seal Genesis, but it could also seal mountains, rivers, and earth, as well as powerful experts. Unfortunately, there were only a few lines in the Genesis Heavenly Book, making it extremely difficult to understand and comprehend. It was an imperfect Genesis technique that was still in the process of being deduced. Yi Fan spent a long time trying to comprehend those lines of ancient characters. Even after exhausting all his energy, he only managed to comprehend 10 to 20% of it. At most, he could only achieve a little more than the seal on immortals. But that was enough. Although he had collected a lot of stone skins, there were only 2 types. It was impossible for him to collect all 6 types of ancient materials. The god source that Yi Fan had obtained were all golden. The other types were very rare and could only be found by chance. That day, during his duel with the Genesis technique aristocratic family, Nangong Qi had cut open the blood sacrificial altar, revealing a silver source that sparkled like the moon and stars. Sealed within was a young girl. At that time, he did not know the origin of that source. Only later did he realize that it was an even more precious god source. It was extremely rare, and the stone skin had naturally fallen into his hands. For 7 days and 7 nights, Yi Fan had exhausted almost all of his efforts and did his best to destroy 70 to 80% of the stone skin. Finally, the stone skin was born and the 2 types of ancient materials were fused together. This did not mean that the stone skin was formed. During these days, Yi Fan could be said to have spared no effort. He concentrated all his attention and carved thousands of Genesis heavenly runes on the stone skin. The runes that were engraved were profound and complex. Every single rune contained his essence, qi, and spirit. This was the extreme embodiment of the Genesis techniques that he had mastered so far. Yi Fan turned his endless comprehension and many mysterious Genesis techniques into tangible runes. He refined them into the stone skin according to the records in the Genesis Heavenly Book. After completing all of this, he was on the verge of collapsing. He could not even move a finger. He rested for a long time before he recovered. The stone skin was simple and unadorned. There was nothing special about it. It did not look like it was made by a Genesis technique expert. Yi Fan was very satisfied. This was his only masterpiece at the moment. After wearing it, he felt as if he was isolated from this world, as if he was in another void. He immediately felt something strange after coming out of seclusion. A large number of cultivators had come to the Yendu. The atmosphere was incomparably tense. The other supreme sect of the Central Plains had finally arrived. The Yin-Yang sect had an extremely ancient heritage. It could be traced back to the birth of mankind. It was a powerful and terrifying force. Within the Central Continent's 100 sects, it was ranked at the very top, worthy of being called a holy land. Even though it didn't produce a great emperor, nor did it have an extreme Tao holy weapon, it was comparable to the 4 great undying empires. The Yin-Yang sect had branches all over the world. They even had branches in the northern region of the Eastern Barren Territory. However, their origin was in the Central Plains. Since ancient times, they had always been flourishing. Other than the ancient dynasty and the Yin-Yang sect, There were also many people from other major powers. They could not resist the temptation. The immortal divine medicine could be considered a celestial treasure. Only the ancient sovereigns had planted it. It was extinct in the world, and only a few stalks were left in the forbidden area. With a few flashes, Yi Fan turned into a beam of light and rushed out of the Yendu. He flew toward the ancient forest of the forbidden area. He was really afraid that someone would get there first. At that time, he would not even have a place to cry. The ancient forest had an ancient style. Many cultivators had already arrived at the periphery, and many of them had already entered. Yi Fan's heart sank. He had a bad feeling. Could it be that the ancient dynasty and the Yin sect were about to take action? After traveling for several hundred miles, no one dared to continue flying because there were a few terrifying existences living outside the forbidden area. Some of the demon races chose to transform into humans early on, while others chose to cultivate in their original form. They would continue to evolve in the form of beast kings. It was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. However, most of the demon races that did not choose to transform into humans were naturally powerful and incomparably arrogant races. They were not willing to integrate into a world dominated by humans. Many people knew that there were such existences living outside the forbidden area. They were inhumane, and once they were enraged, mountains of corpses and seas of blood would be formed. Yi Fan went in and saw a few rogue cultivators. He heaved a sigh of relief after understanding them in detail. The ancient dynasty and the Yin sect had no intention of entering. They were only scouting ahead and making detailed arrangements. Ahead, the roars shook the sky. The ancient forest was in chaos, and leaves were flying everywhere. The earth was shaking for a long time before it stopped. Too terrifying. A strange beast fought to a draw with the imperial uncle of the ancient dynasty. The shocking news shocked all the rogue cultivators who had arrived. How terrifying was this strange beast to be able to fight to a draw with a holy lord. Yi Fan and a dozen rogue cultivators moved forward and arrived at the place where the battle had just taken place. It was deathly silent here. There were no plants, birds, or insects. In front of a pile of rocks was a huge lake. It was as still as a piece of iron, without the slightest ripple, and the most shocking thing was its color. It was pitch black like ink, so black that it was terrifying. This was a barren land where not even a single weed grew. The black lake was lifeless without any signs of life. It was truly evil water. Several rogue cultivators had seen the battle just now and their faces were pale. One of them said with a trembling voice, "It's the legendary golden crow cicada." The golden crow cicada was an ancient strange beast. As time passed, it became rare to see one in the world. Only one would occasionally appear in the desolate land every tens of thousands of years. Not long after, Yi Fan and a few others arrived at the edge of the forbidden area. The ancient dynasty and the Yin sect stood on two separate peaks and looked forward. Apart from that, there were also 100 rogue cultivators observing. They were still several miles away from the true forbidden area, but no one dared to take another step forward. They were filled with reverence towards this forbidden area. It could easily take away a person's entire life. Yi Fan clearly sensed the abnormality. The forbidden area was even more terrifying than before. He had entered it before and was very sensitive to the aura of the desolate land. It was many times stronger than before. This was not a good sign. He couldn't help but frown and ponder. The ancient dynasty brought a divine robe. It was left behind by an ancient sage after he passed away. It could be said that they have spent a lot of resources. The divine robe of an ancient sage. There's actually such a peerless divine item. Maybe they really can succeed. Someone whispered. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was extremely bad news. He had seen with his own eyes how terrifying the divine robe of an ancient sage was. It could even easily break the pure land of a peerless divine king. The Yin sect is also well prepared. Rumor has it that they went to the north and asked an ancient clan to refine a mysterious stone robe. It is said that it can weaken the curse. These two forces have put in a lot of effort and are determined to win. Yi Fan couldn't stay calm after hearing this news. Some people had prepared the same stone robe as him, and even the divine robe of an ancient sage. The situation was not optimistic. He really wanted to enter the forbidden area, but he found that the ancient dynasty and the Yin sect had each built a high platform on a mountain. They wanted to stay here and look at the 9 sacred mountains. Oh no! Yi Fan rubbed his chin and pondered carefully. All of this was not good for him. In the end, the top experts of the ancient dynasty and the Yin sect stayed. The others all retreated. They couldn't stay in this place for long. If a strange beast rushed out, it could kill everyone. Many rogue cultivators saw this and quickly retreated. They didn't have the courage to face a terrifying existence like the golden crow cicada. Once it appeared, no one would be able to survive. Yi Fan also had to leave. Otherwise, the remaining top experts would notice something was wrong. In the next half a month, the ancient dynasty and the Yin sect didn't make any moves. They were still observing. They were very calm. For Yi Fan, this was a kind of pressure. He only had half a year to live at most, maybe even less than 100 days. He couldn't afford to waste time. During this time, Yi Huiling arrived. However, Yi Fan hadn't met her yet. He needed to calm down and observe. Then, Wang Chongxiao also arrived. He defeated the young experts of the southern region and was invincible. Then, he fought with the eldest disciple of the Yin sect, causing a huge wave. Yi Fan gradually calmed down. He could only wait and see. He had made many considerations. The immortal divine medicine was intelligent and could choose its own place of residence. There were only a few of them in ancient times. In order to not be picked by people, it was said that they flew into the 7 great forbidden areas. There were 9 kinds of divine fruits on the 9 sacred mountains. Legends said that one main root had been divided into 9 parts. Someone wanted to produce more immortal divine medicine, but in the end, something strange happened. These were all things that Yi Fan had learned recently. He understood many secrets that he hadn't known before. As Yi Fan waited, he ran into an old friend in a small tavern in Yen Haven. It was none other than Zhang Wenchang, his old classmate who had always been a bit dull. Zhang Wenchang's temples were white. He was old and didn't have a trace of vitality. He hadn't recovered after coming out of the ancient forbidden area. This tavern was opened by him. Yi Fan thought of the scene in the Jade Cauldron Grotto when they were drunk. The wooden Zhang Wenchang had cried after getting drunk and wanted to return to his hometown. When he left, his wife was already pregnant and the child was about to be born. He hated himself for not being by his side. After many years, he had aged even more. His entire person was filled with melancholy. It was obvious that life wasn't going his way. He actually left the Jade Cauldron Grotto and came here to open a tavern. Damn, old man, your friend really didn't come back? A young man in the tavern was very arrogant. He looked at Zhang Wenchang with disdain. No. There was no light in Zhang Wenchang's eyes. They were very dim. Another young man said, Ancestor Ji Hui predicted that he would come back. He will definitely come to see you. Old trash, if you know, tell us immediately. After hearing these words, Yi Fan's expression darkened and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 428. Time flowed like water. Zhang Wenchang was lethargic and didn't have the vigor of a young man. In fact, his face was old and no one would think that he was a young man. Boss, give me a jar of wine and 4 side dishes. Yi Fan walked into the simple and crude tavern. Zhang Wenchang answered woodenly like a scarecrow without a heart. He mechanically brought over the jar of wine and quietly brought over the 4 side dishes without saying a word. This useless old man is like a dead man. He can't even say a word. Did you hear what I said to you just now? The young man said with disgust. I heard. Zhang Wenchang's eyes were dim. He slowly cleaned up the dishes and wiped the table. He came to this world without reason. He didn't have the talent for cultivation and was bullied by his peers. He spent the past few years in sadness and dejection, silently enduring all of this. What nonsense are you shouting? Yi Fan slammed the table and glanced at the young man. What does it have to do with you? We are talking to this old trash. Another young man looked over. Get lost. Don't disturb my drinking. Yi Fan glanced at him with disdain. Who are you? How dare you be so arrogant? The young men all stood up and pressed forward together. All of them sneered. Sir, you should leave quickly. Zhang Wenchang said to Yi Fan in a wooden manner. You old man, get lost. One of the young men stepped forward and pushed him. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Zhang Wenchang's temples were white like frost. He held onto the table and steadied himself. He silently stood to the side and didn't say anything. He was depressed and sad. The young men came forward together and stared at Yi Fan with cold smiles on their faces. Someone pointed at his face and said, "Do you think you are the Yao Guang Saint Child or the Golden Wing Little Peng King?" "Pah!" Yi Fan covered the wine bowl in his hand and put his entire face inside. He couldn't even scream. He flew out and fell on the street. He grabbed his hands and legs and soon stopped moving. He directly breathed his last. Scram. Yi Fan only had this one word. His expression incomparably cold. The others were shocked. They didn't expect him to dare to do this. After a long time, one of them said, "Ancestor Jianghu's great-great-grandson was killed. How dare you? You even dare to kill the people of Ji clan." Yi Fan didn't want to lower himself to their level, but when he heard Jianghu's name, his expression immediately turned cold. "So what if I killed her?" "You, just wait and see." The few of them turned around and left. "You dare threaten me?" The corners of Yi Fan's mouth curled into a sneer. With a clang, he snatched the sword from one of them. Puh! He slashed down, and a person's head was sent flying on the spot. The corpse fell onto the street, and at the same time, the corpse was sent flying. Not a single drop of blood was spilled in the tavern. "You!" They were horrified. "I told you to scram, but you're asking for trouble." Yi Fan was infuriated. Seeing Zhang Wenchang being bullied in such a manner, and thinking that it was Ji Hui who was targeting him mercilessly, Yi Fan was furious. "Pu! He sat there and continuously waved his sword. Blood spurted out, and a few people were sent flying onto the street. Everyone who passed by was dumbfounded. They kept quiet out of fear, and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Who was this person? He killed the people of Ji clan. What a temper! He is the king of the young generation of Zhongzhou, Wang Chongxiao. It's him. I've seen him before. Someone discussed in a low voice, and their fear deepened. Yi Fan was as steady as Mount Tai, and his expression was calm. Before entering the tavern, he had turned into Wang Chongxiao. Even his temperament was the same, strong and cold. In the past half a month, Wang Chongxiao had entered the southern region and fought everywhere. He killed at every turn. Many people of the young generation died at his hands. Some of the older generation were angered and wanted to come out and kill him. Yi Fan felt that this young Wang of Zhongzhou had too many enemies. He probably didn't even know how many he had. Even if he made a few more enemies, he wouldn't care. "Why are you like this?" Yi Fan sent a telepathic message. He clearly remembered that before he left, Elder Ma Yun of the Jade Tripod Paradise had taken him as a disciple. His situation should have changed. Zhang Wenchang was shocked and looked at Yi Fan in a daze. "Don't be shocked. I am Yi Fan. You just need to speak in your heart." Zhang Wenchang's lips trembled. He bent down and wiped the tables and chairs. He was afraid that he would be found out if he lost his composure. "Leave quickly. They are waiting for you to come back. There are people watching in the dark." Yi Fan revealed a cold smile. He didn't ask further and didn't want to implicate Zhang Wenchang. He used his divine will to calm everything down so that Zhang Wenchang didn't know anything. Yi Fan was prepared to help him recover his youth after picking the immortal medicine. He didn't want to cause too much of a commotion now. Zhang Wenchang was in a daze. Everything just now disappeared. He didn't know what had happened. After 3 years, his situation wasn't good. He came here to open a small inn to make a living. To someone who came from the other side of the starry sky, this was an indescribable sorrow. There was no lack of vitality in his eyes. He was like a walking corpse. Every night, he would lie on the rooftop and look at the starry sky. He missed his wife and the child he had never seen. "I want to help you change everything," Yi Fan said to himself. He left the small tavern and changed Wang Chongxiao's appearance. He did not want to fight for this young king of the Central Plains who went around challenging others. It was fine to make him a scapegoat. Not long later, he saw the elder of Ji clan's dragon transformation realm rushing over. Naturally, he couldn't find anything and left empty-handed. Yi Fan walked on the street aimlessly. Suddenly, his expression shook and he sped up. He saw that little girl again. She was begging pitifully from a man with a big belly. In the end, she was scared stiff by his roar. She shrunk back and stared at her shoes with holes in them. She didn't dare to say a word. Yi Fan walked over and observed her quietly. He wanted to find something different, But he was disappointed. His powerful spirit sense couldn't detect anything strange. The little girl was frightened and didn't dare to beg again. She wiped away her tears and walked forward with her head lowered. There were a few times when she almost bumped into someone. She was very afraid that she would be scolded again. She lowered her head even more and looked very pitiful. Yi Fan couldn't watch anymore. He appeared in front of her and squatted down, looking at her gently. "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." The little girl walked forward with her head lowered. She was in a daze and almost bumped into him. Her eyes were filled with tears. "Don't you recognize me?" Yi Fan smiled and looked at her quietly. "You are that kind-hearted big brother." The little girl opened her eyes wide. She wiped away her tears and revealed a grateful expression. Yi Fan rubbed her head and said, "Don't you have any relatives?" The little girl blinked her big eyes and shook her head in confusion. "No, Nan Nan doesn't remember anything." "You don't remember anything?" Yi Fan felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but ask in detail. "Nan Nan will forget everything after a period of time. I don't have any impression at all. In a few days, I might not even remember Big Brother." The little girl lowered her head and her mood was somewhat depressed. "Why is it like this?" Yi Fan was bewildered. "Nan Nan doesn't know either. I seem to have forgotten many things. I don't know where I came from or where I'm going. Everyone else has relatives but I don't. Nan Nan is very lonely and sad." The little girl lowered her head and her eyes were filled with tears. "I'll take you to eat, okay?" Yi Fan said gently. "Okay." The little girl nodded obediently and revealed a hopeful expression. She said, "Nan Nan is very hungry. I haven't eaten for many days." Yi Fan brought her to eat a sumptuous lunch and then carefully examined her. He frowned and couldn't find any abnormalities. Why was it like this? This little girl was clearly not ordinary, but why couldn't he find anything? He was puzzled. "Big Brother. For you." The little girl took out a small sparkling and translucent stone from her tattered clothes. 7 colors flowed on it. It was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary item. "What is this?" Yi Fan was shocked. "Nan Nan doesn't know either. Every time I forget the past, a small stone like this will appear. It can be eaten and is very sweet. It can make Nan Nan not hungry for many days." The little girl raised it high and gave it to Yi Fan to express her gratitude. Yi Fan held it in his palm and carefully examined it. He couldn't see anything special about it, but this small stone that was the size of a knuckle was definitely not ordinary. "Nan Nan, put it away properly." Yi Fan wanted to return it to her, but the little girl kept retreating and kept shaking her head. She said, "Big Brother, take it. Otherwise, Nan Nan has nothing to repay you with." Yi Fan squatted down and sighed softly. Such a young child was talking about repayment. It really made one's heart ache. The little girl was very stubborn. She stuffed the small sparkling stone into his hand and refused to take it back no matter what. Yi Fan could only accept it. He wanted to slowly ponder over what it was. Perhaps he could solve the mystery of the little girl's origins. Seeing him stand up as if he was about to leave, the little girl lowered her head and looked at her little shoes with holes in her toes. Her little hand tugged at a corner of her tattered clothes and she said in an inaudible voice, "Big Brother, what's wrong?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. "Can I follow you?" The little girl was very nervous and revealed a hopeful expression. She lowered her head and whispered, "Nan Nan is very obedient. She can wash clothes, wipe the floor, and learn everything. I'm going to be busy with some things recently." "Oh, Nan Nan understands." The little girl's head was almost down to her chest. She slowly turned around and wanted to leave. "I'm not finished yet. I'm very busy and I'm afraid I can't take care of you properly. If you can wait for a while, I'll take you away when the time comes." Yi Fan naturally wouldn't let this pitiful little girl wander the streets again. "Really?" The little girl suddenly raised her head. Her pure eyes revealed a luster and she looked very happy. "Let's go. I'll arrange for you to stay in an inn and wait patiently for my return." Yi Fan chose an inn next to Zhang Wenchong's tavern. "When I'm not here, you can go to that tavern to play and chat with that old man." Yi Fan warned with a smile. "Nan Nan knows. I won't run around." The little girl nodded obediently. Zhang Wenchong misses the child he hasn't seen before. If little Nan Nan enters his life, I hope he can live a better life. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. 5 days later, the ancient flower dynasty and the Yin-Yang sect finally took action and entered the forbidden area. Yi Fan knew that his opportunity was coming. As long as the other side failed, it would be his turn to act. There were immortal medicines and 9 dragons pulling coffins on the 9 sacred mountains. He was looking forward to it. Many people had arrived at the edge of the forbidden area. They were all anxiously waiting for the result. The people from the 2 great powers had already entered the forbidden area. However, in just a few minutes, people cried out in surprise and looked up at the sky. The divine robe flew out. That's right, it's the ancient sage's divine robe. A golden battle robe flashed with a piercing light and flew out on its own. It was in the shape of a human, holding a golden holy sword and carrying a golden divine bow on its back. However, no one was wearing it. The peerless divine robe was sentient and flew back on its own. It had its own life. Fragments of the robe floated down from the inside. That's flying ashes. Heavens, the person who entered turned into ashes so quickly. He no longer exists under the power of time. The forbidden area is indeed terrifying. It can obliterate all experts in this world. At the same time, people were astonished. The ancient sage's peerless divine robe was too powerful. It wasn't damaged inside and flew out on its own. The divine robe is sentient. It feels threatened and doesn't dare to enter deeper. I'm afraid it won't be able to protect itself once it gets close to the sacred mountain. Yi Fan was greatly reassured. Soon it would be his turn to act. Chapter 429. The sage divine clothes descended from the sky, releasing endless radiance. It was like an undying phoenix within a dazzling divine flame. The powerful aura made everyone tremble, and everyone took steps back. It was humanoid in shape, as if it was a living creature. It held a golden holy sword that possessed exceptional sharpness. The oppressive killing intent made the leaves of the forest fly about chaotically. Everyone trembled in fear, as if they were facing an ancient deity. They felt reverence from the bottom of their hearts, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. Their bodies were trembling. The golden divine clothes were resplendent like the sun. With a chong sound, it landed on the ground. Golden divine splendor shot out in all directions, jumping about like flames. The golden divine bow on its back lightly trembled, straining everyone's heartstrings. Many people were about to suffocate. Kung Chong! A metallic sound rang out. It was as if a dragon was crying through the 9 heavens, as if a phoenix was shaking the heavens. It resounded through heaven and earth, and the sound was clear and cold, directly entering everyone's soul. Putong! Many cultivators couldn't hold it in any longer. They couldn't help but kneel down, kowtowing towards the exceptional divine clothes. This was an unmatched intimidation that originated from the soul, making people feel reverence and worship. There really is life. Even Yi Fan was shocked. Even though he was standing quite far away, he could still feel a terrifying pressure. Chang! Another light trembling sound rang out. The divine clothes' brilliance receded, and the mountain range calmed down. Only then could the people kneeling on the ground stand up. All of their faces were snow white, and their hearts were shaken. They're all dead. On another mountain peak, Yin-Yang sect's unmatched great figure stood on a grand platform. He looked at the scene within the ancient forbidden land and released a sigh. Completely wiped out. Yin-Yang sect obtained the mysterious stone clothes in the northern region. It could isolate all auras, but in the end, it was still useless. Those who entered quickly aged, and then turned into ashes. The mountain ridge was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing softly. The ancient sage's divine clothes flew back, and Yin-Yang sect's stone clothes were all shattered. This meant that they had completely failed. The ancient forbidden land cannot be entered. 3 years ago, the mysterious ancient coffin appeared, and the Holy Land's curse fell to its weakest state. What a pity. We missed that only opportunity. Central Continent's people sighed lightly, their hearts full of unwillingness. Many people's hearts were pounding. Even Central Continent's divine dynasty and great sects couldn't do anything. So who else in this world could enter and pluck the undying divine medicine? I am unresigned. I wish to defy the heavens. A tyrannical voice rang out. Endless leaves fluttered about, and the primitive ancient forest began to sway. It was as if a true dragon was born, transforming into a human and walking out from the great wastelands. An incomparably dignified figure with an imposing aura that suppressed the sun and moon walked out from the mountain ridge. He was like a celestial emperor that had descended into the mortal world. Draconic energy coiled around his body as he looked down upon the world, and he had an imposing aura of supremacy in the world. The old emperor of Guhua is here. A peerless emperor has descended to the world, coming to a life-forbidden land. This is truly shocking. All the cultivators in the eastern wilderness were shocked. Emperor Guhua wore a crown of 9 dragons on his head and a robe with 9 dragons. It was as if he had come from ancient times. He blended with heaven and earth and became one with them, making the sun and moon pale in comparison. His hair was white like snow, his body shriveled up. His great limit was approaching, but his aura didn't decrease in the slightest. It was deep like the sea, making one feel intimidated. An ancestral dragon that seemed to have flesh coiled around his head. Emperor! Many people came forward and bowed to him, trying to dissuade him from entering the ancient desolate forbidden land. There were also people who knelt down and were willing to go in his place to pluck the immortal divine medicine and offer it up. I am already on the verge of death. Everything has already been arranged. There is no need for you all to throw away your lives for me. Emperor Guhua declined. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The ancient desolate forbidden land is different from the other life-forbidden lands. No matter how high one's cultivation is, as long as one enters, they will be reduced to a mortal. Indeed, rather than that, why don't you let us go in His Majesty's place? We will definitely do our best to pluck the immortal divine medicine. The people of the ancient Hua dynasty all tried to dissuade him, including the 4 powerful imperial uncles. They came forward and bowed to him, blocking his path. Many individual cultivators couldn't help but be shocked. A peerless emperor wanted to enter the ancient desolate forbidden land. The legends were indeed true. Most of the emperors and holy lords in their later years had chosen this path. Now, everyone was witnessing it with their own eyes. Since ancient times, the old holy lords and emperors rarely left behind graves. The great wastelands and the life-forbidden lands were their burial grounds, and this was common knowledge. Perhaps one day, when they entered an ancient forest and saw a snow-white skeleton, it might be a peerless overlord who had once shaken the world. This was their sorrow. Humans couldn't avoid death in the end. No matter how great of a hero you were, there would still be a time when the curtains would fall. Their later years were just as miserable. Even an exceptional overlord would still become a pile of yellow earth. Everyone said that the path of immortality was endless, but since the ancient times, who could truly live forever? There wasn't a single person to be seen. They were all like the setting sun, bright red, yet they all dimmed in the end. Gu Hua's old emperor's appearance was unordinary. He swept his eyes over everyone and said, "All of you back off. This is my choice. Your Majesty, the ancient desolate forbidden land will strip away the cultivation of all peerless experts." The people of Central Continent's undying imperial court all spoke up to stop him. Even if I am reduced to a mortal, I will still be the human emperor, stronger than others. You all don't need to say anything more. I don't want anyone to die in my place. This old emperor was quite bold. He had already guessed at the result, but he still chose this path. Everything had already been arranged, and he was going to carry out his final struggle. No one dared to stop him. Wherever his eyes passed, even the 4 imperial uncles could only shut their mouths, all of them retreating to the side. Yin Yang sect's people were all silent as they watched from the side. They were competitors, but they also sympathized with each other. The cultivators of the eastern wastelands were all shaken. They finally saw the scene of an old emperor's later years with their own eyes. What kind of choice he would make. Everything was just like the legends. He lived a glorious life, stunning the world, but in the end, he walked alone, stepping on a path without hope. An imperial uncle from Guhua Empire walked up. He sighed softly and arrived in front of the ancient saint's divine clothes. He was comparable to a powerful being, his magical force heaven overflowing, but he was still extremely respectful. He bowed respectfully towards the golden divine clothes and said, "Divine clothes, please protect my lord." Kung Chang. A light sound pierced through the sky. Blazing divine light rushed into the heavens, and an unmatched pressure swept through the entire mountain range. It was as if a vast ocean had submerged the mountains and rivers. Then, the world became quiet. The mountain winds stopped, and the plants stopped moving. All sounds disappeared. Time seemed to have stopped, and it was deathly silent. 90% of the people here knelt down. Their bodies and minds were trembling, and they couldn't help but kowtow. Meanwhile, within the endless mountain range, there were even more birds and beasts lying down, trembling as they cried in this direction. This was the power of the ancient saint's divine clothes. Even though Yi Fan was far away, he was still shocked. This wasn't the first time he saw this. Back in the northern region, there was a saint's divine clothes that had cut open the divine king's pure land. One has to understand that the divine king's pure land was known as an exceptional defense that could never be broken, but it was still cut open. The saint's divine clothes had the power to seize the world's natural luck. Swoosh! Light flickered, and the exceptional divine clothes covered the old emperor's body. His entire body was golden, and divine flames surged, making others feel reverence. He held a golden holy sword in his hand and a golden divine bow on his back. He was like a deity from the ancient times, frightening people's souls and emitting a monstrous aura. The Guhua old emperor seemed to have recovered his youth. His body had reached its peak state. He walked forward in large strides without looking back. Perhaps this was the last time people would see him in this world. Time seemed to have stopped. No one spoke, and they all waited patiently even though many people had already guessed the result. After an unknown amount of time, the Guhua emperor who was standing on a high platform on the mountain peak cried out in sorrow. His voice was sorrowful, and the endless leaves fluttered in the air. His divine eyes were wide open as he saw everything in the forbidden land. The peerless emperor had fallen, and in the end, he couldn't defy the heavens. In his later years, he was buried in a foreign land. Your Majesty! The people of the Guhua imperial court cried out in sorrow. Their cries shook the heaven and earth, but they couldn't change anything. I am not willing, I want to defy the heavens. These 6 words were still echoing. Unfortunately, it was still a miserable ending. Swoosh! Light flickered. The ancient sage divine clothes descended from the sky. It was much dimmer than before, gently trembling. There were a few wisps of blood and quite a bit of ashes on its surface. The golden clothes had been damaged, and it was unknown how long it would take for it to recover. Throughout the ages, who in this world could avoid death? Everyone felt a sense of despair. Since ancient times, immortals had never stopped, but what people saw was emptiness and destruction one after another. Even the great ancient emperors had disappeared in the long river of history. How could people not feel despair? This was a never-ending road that could not be succeeded. The people of the Guhua imperial court returned to the Yan capital. Without a doubt, they had failed. The news shook the entire southern region, and all the holy lands came to investigate. The peerless emperor had fallen, and the people of the Yinyang sect also left the forbidden land and returned to the Yan capital. Their supreme sect master didn't carry out the last struggle because the ending had already been written. The news quickly spread throughout the eastern wasteland, and all the great powers were shaken. The 7 great life-forbidden areas couldn't be entered after all. They were the burial grounds of absolute experts. However, in the future, there would be old sacred masters who would choose this path. This was the sorrow of their later years. In order to obtain a new life, they had no other choice. The immortal divine medicines could choose their own places of residence. It was rumored that they had all flown into the 7 great life-forbidden areas. Yi Fan's heart went cold. The curse in the forbidden area was many times stronger than before. He immediately became silent. Could he succeed? Even though he had refined the peerless stone clothes with the 6 seals and could isolate all the energies in the world, he still saw a path of no return. This storm shook the eastern wasteland, and it was difficult for it to calm down. During this time, Yi Fan thought hard and finally went into seclusion. After half a month, he exhausted all his effort to refine the 9 ancient characters of the Tao scripture into the stone clothes. These were innate great emperor marks, and they had peerless uses. They could be used to suppress one's body, achieve eternity, and stop the passage of time. They contained the mysteries of the heaven and earth, and were immeasurably powerful. Yi Fan spent more than 10 days, and his body almost couldn't bear it anymore. Finally, he combined the 9 ancient characters with the tens of thousands of resentment patterns in the stone clothes. Big brother, you're finally awake. Little Nan Nan's eyelashes were very long. She blinked her big eyes at him, looking very innocent and cute. Yi Fan felt guilty. He was really too busy and didn't have time to care for this little girl. She was still wearing tattered clothes, and the holes in her shoes were very obvious. But luckily, little Nan Nan didn't go hungry. The inn obeyed his orders and sent delicious food every day. "Big brother, that old grandpa over there is so pitiful." The little girl was very sympathetic. She was naturally talking about Zhang Wenchang. Yi Fan rubbed her head. Wasn't the little girl also pitiful? It made one's heart ache. "Little Nan Nan, be good. I might have to leave for a few months, so wait patiently for my return." "Big brother." The little girl immediately lowered her head in low spirits. She thought that Yi Fan was going to abandon her and leave. "I'll be back. Don't worry, little Nan Nan." Yi Fan softly comforted her. "Really?" The little girl was still not at ease. Her eyes were sparkling as she pouted her little mouth and lowered her head. She looked at her own tattered shoes and said, "Nan Nan will always forget the past. I'm afraid that after a period of time, I will forget Big Brother." "You won't forget. I've left you a precious jade. I've refined it and it can record your daily experiences. Every day, when you wake up, you will be able to see what happened the day before." Yi Fan decided to enter the ancient desolate forbidden ground. He couldn't delay it any longer. He wasn't going to throw his life away. Other than the worldly stone clothes, he still had a peerless trump card that might be able to resist the corrosion of time. That was the key to his success. He gazed at the horizon. Perhaps he could even borrow Yi Huiling's sky-shrouding treasured robe. Having one more protective robe was better than nothing. "Little Nan Nan, be good and wait for my return." Yi Fan stood up and walked out of the inn in large strides. Behind him, a small figure waved her little hand. Her big eyes were filled with tears as she watched him leave. Chapter 430. The Northern Territory was rich in resources, and there were even terrifying creatures that had been in deep slumber since the primeval times. Since ancient times until now, it had always been a place where powerful figures gathered. Origin ancient mine existed throughout endless time. The Dark Age, Desolate Age's great calamity, human race's great disaster, they all more or less had traces of it, leaving behind endless legends. Ever since the beginning of the human race, it was unknown just how many unrivaled heroes had entered this place in their later years. Unfortunately, they had never returned, and no one had ever heard of them appearing in this world again. A month after Yi Fan left, shocking news came from the northern region. The Sacred Lands had gone to explore an ancient temple in the absolute beginning Forbidden Land, but they had returned with heavy casualties. The entire world was shocked. No one thought that the Holy Lands would dare to enter the absolute beginning Forbidden area and engage in a bloody battle with an unknown creature inside an archaic divine temple. The Holy Lands could be said to be tight-lipped. Before this, not a single piece of information had been leaked. No one knew how long they had been preparing for, and it was only when the operation failed that everyone learned of it. The people of the world were all shaken. The Holy Lands actually entered the absolute beginning Forbidden region. This was just too sudden. They definitely discovered some heaven-shocking secret, or else why would they take such risks? The Great Earth was in an uproar. The people of the world were all discussing this. They discovered with shock that there had long been some clues regarding this matter. A year ago, beautiful music sounded from the forbidden region of absolute beginning. Someone saw an exceptionally beautiful woman set out. This news shook the northern region and spread to many great sections. It was also at that time that the world gathered in the northern region. Whether it was the younger generation or the supreme sect masters, they all started to head north. Yi Fan clearly remembered that the Green Wyrm King had come to the southern domain to invite the Peacock King to the north. That was when all the holy sons and holy daughters had gone north. Right, so that's how it is. He suddenly realized that the absolute beginning forbidden area definitely had an incredible discovery. It really affected the minds of all the Holy Lands, and they actually spent a year to prepare. Connecting the dots, everything made sense. It was why the northern region had been in such turmoil in the past year, and why all sorts of people had appeared, as if that place was the center of the world. Inside the absolute beginning forbidden area, a world-shaking ancient temple appeared with the beautiful voice of a goddess. Unfortunately, the Holy Lands retreated in the end and couldn't get everything. However, they must have gained a lot. After all, they had prepared for more than a year. When Yi Fan found Yi Huiling, another shocking piece of news came from the northern region. The appearance of the ancient sky-devouring devil jar had been rumored for several months. Finally, the place where it was buried was found. As a result, the catacombs were stained with blood, and countless powerhouses were killed or injured. The sacred weapon of the ancient emperors attracted everyone's attention. Once this news spread, the world was shaken once again. People had to wonder why it was such a coincidence that the lid of the sky-devouring demonic jar appeared right after the Holy Land's return from the absolute beginning forbidden area. Soon, the exact news came. Many of the Holy Land's grand elders had been killed or injured, and the younger generation was almost completely wiped out. It had long been rumored that opening Vicious Dojo required the heavenly beast physique, divine physique, saint physique, and many other physiques to join forces and use their blood to perform a sacred sacrifice. Today it had indeed come true. All the kings rose up together and used their blood to open up the dojo of the #1 ruthless ancient man. However, what awaited them was a merciless massacre. The place where the ancient emperors hid their weapons was engraved with world-shaking runes. Even if you were a heaven-defying genius, you wouldn't be able to block a single strike. The runes could pierce through the heavens and earth, destroying everything in their path. If it wasn't for the Green Flood Dragon King taking over the Azure Emperor's sacred weapon at the crucial moment and the 7th Bandit Tu Tian attacking with the demonic jar, no one would have survived. The whole world was shaken. The #1 ruthless ancient man was indeed ruthless. He was ruthless to himself and even more ruthless to those who dared to offend him. He almost wiped out all the young elites of the Eastern Wasteland. Ji Clan's Divine King Physique, Yan Ruyu, Jiang Clan's Divine King Physique, Heavenly Beast Physique, Innate Tao Embryo, Xia Jiuyo, Yao Guang Saint Child, and the others were all gravely injured. Too ruthless. He refined himself into a weapon and showed no mercy to his descendants. As expected of the #1 ancient emperor who couldn't be provoked. He created the indestructible heaven art and created a divine embryo from his aged body. He refined his old body and was rumored to be the one who lived the longest among the ancient emperors. When Yi Fan heard the news, the first thing he thought of was that it was a conspiracy. This was because the Black Emperor, this knowledgeable fellow, had made all sorts of judgments and told him many secrets. As expected, more accurate information came out. He found some clues that the Heavenly Beast Physique, Divine Physique, and Innate Tao Embryo were all trapped in the ruthless training field. Their origin was almost taken away. It was just as the Black Emperor had said. The #1 ruthless ancient man had an ordinary body, but he suppressed all the kings and finally became a peerless monarch. Before he created the indestructible heaven art, he had also created the heaven-devouring demonic art. When he first mastered this technique, everyone in the world chased after him, because he could devour other people's source energy. Vicious had a narrow escape from death, and he had more enemies than Great Emperor without beginning. These secrets had long disappeared in the long river of history. Only the Black Emperor remembered that almost no one in the world knew that the indestructible heaven art's predecessor was the heaven-devouring demonic art. Could it be, as the Black Emperor said, that someone obtained the inheritance of the #1 ruthless ancient man? Yi Fan quivered and shivered. In the distant northern region, the Black Emperor was flustered and exasperated. He shouted loudly and stared at the training field. He was about to go crazy and almost bit Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and Li Heishui. At the crucial moment, he stopped Pang Bo and the others, preventing them from entering the ruthless training field and avoiding a great calamity. However, the Black Emperor was furious because he discovered that someone had already visited the training field. The lid of the heaven-devouring demonic jar must have been taken away. The final result also proved his guess. When the calamity happened, many cultivators escaped with great difficulty. They did not obtain the half of the extreme Tao's sacred weapon and were almost all destroyed. In addition, there was another person who was very calm and did not enter. That was the unscrupulous Taoist Duan Da. When he arrived here, he was shocked at first, then he narrowed his eyes and did not take a step in. When Yi Fan found out about all of this, he thought of the secret that the Black Emperor had told him. He felt that there was a terrifying person with a deep mind who had guided all of this. After obtaining the ruthless inheritance, he wants to get rid of the divine physique, heavenly demonic physique, innate Tao embryo, and so on. Who could he be? Yi Fan thought of a person. If it was him, he was too gloomy and terrifying. He did not reveal himself, but every step he took was filled with killing intent, which made him feel a chill. The two pieces of news from the northern region shocked the world. The great curtain slowly fell. The supreme sect masters, experts from all walks of life, and the saints all left and returned to various places in the eastern wasteland. Under the moonlight, Yi Fan and Yi Huiling met. Everything went smoothly, and he borrowed the sky-covering treasured robe. Under the moonlight, the girl from the middle prefecture was bright and ethereal. Her skin was like fine jade, and her eyes were quick-witted. She was very calm. If Yi Fan succeeded in ascending a sacred mountain and returned with the immortal medicine, she wanted a fruit. Yi Fan immediately agreed. If he really succeeded, then he would definitely ascend all of the sacred mountains. The 9 divine roots were formed from a single main root. Miss Yi, please do me a favor. If I don't return, please take one person with you and take care of one person for me. Who? Yi Huiling was surprised. Yi Fan pointed at Zhang Wenchong in the tavern and said, "Take him away from this place and help him get rid of this environment." Then, he pointed at the tavern. Little Nan Nan could be seen through the window. She was like a delicate porcelain doll with long eyelashes, and she was sleeping peacefully. Okay, no problem. The next day, the morning glow rose, and the morning dew rolled on the green leaves, reflecting a rainbow of colors. Yi Fan stepped into the ancient forest and set out for the forbidden area. Half a month had passed, and the people of the ancient Hua dynasty and the Yinyang sect had not left. They were still in the Yen capital, but no one was looking at the forbidden area anymore. Along the way, Yi Fan did not see a single person. He carefully avoided the areas where there might be peerless beasts, and arrived at the edge of the forbidden area. The huge mountain forest was deathly silent. There was not a single sound, and there were no birds or beasts. There were no ants or insects. It was as if he had arrived at the end of the world. Bang! One of Yi Fan's feet finally stepped into the forbidden area, and he immediately felt a terrifying aura attacking him. This was the power of desolation. The last time he walked to the 9 sacred mountains, it was the same. Today, he was attacked like this as soon as he took a step in. He felt cold all over. At this crucial moment, stone clothes appeared on his body, covering the sky and covering his body, protecting him tightly. He walked inside with large steps. Swoosh! The moment he entered, even with the peerless stone clothes covering his body, Yi Fan still shivered. His cultivation had been wiped clean, and nothing was left. In this forbidden area, he had become immortal, and he could no longer fly in the sky or burrow underground. However, unlike others, his sea of reincarnation had not dried up. His Tao palace had gone dark, and his 4 poles had been sealed. His divine power had not disappeared, but it had been sealed inside his body. The physique of a saint physique was extremely powerful. His golden blood energy was still boiling, and it could rush out at any time. This was the reason why Yi Fan dared to enter the forbidden area. Yi Fan strode forward, and soon, he had traveled tens of miles. He sensed something strange. The power of time seeped into his body through the stone clothes. Not good. His heart trembled, and his expression changed. This was only 1/10 of the journey, and it was already so dangerous. No wonder the supreme emperor of the Middle Continent had to die with a grievance. Chi! Yi Fan activated his heaven origin pattern channel. Tens of thousands of divine runes overflowed with brilliant colors, and they wrapped around him. At the same time, the sky-shrouding treasured robe shone brightly, covering him. He looked up at the sky. There was no way out now, or else he would die within half a year. Although entering the forbidden area was like entering a bottomless abyss, it might be the only way out. Inside the forbidden area, ancient trees towered into the sky. Their branches were like the palms of giants, and they were almost at the same level as the mountain ridges. Old vines were as thick as water tanks, and they wriggled about like true dragons. They coiled from the foot of the mountain all the way to the summit, bold and powerful. Along the way, Yi Fan saw countless spiritual medicines. They were all rarely seen in this world, and they were all extremely ancient medicines. However, he didn't have the time to pick them. He was squandering his life away every minute and second. It wasn't worth it to stop here. Right now, only undying divine medicines were useful to him. After advancing for 30 li, the sky-shrouding treasured robe dimmed. The Tao patterns within it had been severed. The material of this robe was unknown, but it was even sturdier than divine iron. It fell from the heavens and was refined into a precious robe. It was indestructible, and it could isolate all auras. That was why it was known as the sky-shrouding treasured robe. However, right now, It couldn't withstand Desolate's invasion. Its Tao patterns were erased, and the treasured robe only had a sturdy nature left. Its Tao and reasoning, as well as techniques, had all been stripped away. Yi Fan moved as if he was flying, advancing with extreme speed. In front of him was an abyss, and behind him was hell. There was no pure land. He could only save himself and open up a path of life. Pow! The heaven resentment patterns in the robe began to break, unable to hold on any longer. Tens of thousands of patterns were severed in the blink of an eye, and soon, all of them would disappear. Tao Scripture. Yi Fan activated the Tao Scripture's Heart Sutra. 9 ancient words appeared on the robe, suppressing his body to achieve eternity and resist the power of time. As expected of the innate Great Emperor's patterns, they blocked the invasion. He temporarily calmed down, and his life wasn't taken away. However, there were only 9 ancient words. Although he could carve them, he couldn't even understand their meaning, so how could he comprehend the ultimate mystery? After advancing for another 60 li, the 9 ancient words gradually faded away. Together with the heaven origin pattern, they were about to disappear. This is only 60 li, but it's already countless times harder than last time. Yi Fan's heart pounded. If this continued, he would undoubtedly die. There was no way out, and Desolate's aura would become even stronger. He gritted his teeth and rushed past mountain after mountain. By the time he reached 70 li, he had already aged. At this time, the 9 ancient words and the heaven origin pattern had all disappeared. Now, only the empty robe and the heaven-enveloping treasured robe were left. There were no more Tao, principles, or techniques to protect them. Yi Fan didn't panic. He took out the Qilin seed and held it in his hand. As he absorbed its essence energy, he ran madly, using the immortal divine medicine to prolong his life and charge into the final stretch. However, this last stretch was extremely difficult. Even though the divine medicine could prolong his life, he was still aging. Even his great Tao injuries were worsening. Finally, after charging for 100 li, Yi Fan saw the 9 sacred mountains. However, the corrosion of time had seeped into his bones, and his consciousness was becoming blurry. He gritted his teeth and finally reached the foot of the mountain. However, his strength was almost exhausted. At the same time, his hair stood on end. On the sacred mountain, several figures stood side by side, looking down at him with cold gazes. He felt a chill from head to toe. Chapter 431. The 9 sacred mountains were majestic and heavy. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and strange rocks rose abruptly. It could be said to be magnificent. They were not very tall, but they gave off a majestic aura, giving off boundless pressure. It was as if the 9 heavens and 10 earths were in front of them. When Yi Fan arrived at the foot of the mountain, his body was withered and could not hold on any longer. He looked up, and his entire body turned cold. Those cold eyes and intimidating figures made him feel like he had fallen into an ice house. A few people stood side by side on the tall mountain. Some had hair as white as snow, while others had hair as black as a waterfall. When the mountain wind blew, their hair fluttered about. Their gazes were cold as they looked down. There were no fluctuations in their emotions. What was this place? The ancient, desolate, forbidden land. Creatures with flesh and blood could not exist for long. Even the divine clothes of the ancient sages could not withstand the corrosion. They automatically flew away, not willing to enter this place. No one could stay here for long. Since ancient times, who knew how many peerless experts had been buried here? Even the flourishing holy lands were destroyed here, turning into ashes. Yi Fan's heart immediately turned cold. He knew that they could not be humans. They were terrifying and mysterious desolate slaves, great heroes of the past. Silently, another girl appeared beside those people. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her neck was slender, and she was like a lotus flower emerging from the water. She was exceptionally beautiful. She wore white clothes that fluttered in the mountain wind. She was like a moon fairy riding the wind. She was extraordinary, and it was difficult to find any flaws in her. She was like a person from a painting. Heavenly Jade Holy Lady. Yi Fan was shocked. Last time, he had encountered this girl and nearly lost his life. She was the #1 beauty of the eastern desolate lands from 6,000 years ago. She was also from the same sect as the old lunatic. 5 figures stood side by side, each with an extraordinary aura. It was impossible to become a desolate slave unless one was extremely talented. They were not from the same era, but they were definitely unrivaled in the past. Perhaps one could find records of some of them in ancient books. It was very likely that they were the world-shaking heroes of the past who could summon the wind and rain on the continent. Do the heavens want me to die? Yi Fan sighed. He had used all his methods and finally approached the sacred mountain. He had never expected to encounter such shocking desolate slaves. How could he resist them? Legend had it that desolate slaves did not come out often. Sometimes, they would not come out of the deep abyss even after hundreds of years. Now, 5 of them had appeared. Yi Fan felt a sense of helplessness. He had gone to the ancient desolate forbidden land 3 times and encountered a powerful desolate slave twice. This was truly bad luck. At this moment, he was already old beyond recognition. Even though his stone clothes and sky-covering treasured robe were not broken, they could no longer withstand the corrosion of time. The Kirin seed had long since withered away. Yi Fan extracted an endless amount of life essence energy from it in order to prevent it from dying, but it was impossible for it to continue for a long time. The divine medicine seed and his physical body were his greatest trump cards. Originally, he was just about to ascend the sacred mountain, but now, such an unforeseen event had occurred. Whoosh! A figure whose feet didn't touch the ground floated down from the sacred mountain like a specter and headed straight for Yi Fan. All the hair on his body stood on end as a terrifying aura assaulted him. Buzz! At the crucial moment, the golden blood energy of the sacred body surged. Even though his body was old, it still possessed endless potential. It was as if he was born with the power to resist desolate slave. Yi Fan braced himself and flew towards the other sacred mountain. He did not choose to leave, because with his current condition, he would probably die of old age and turn to dust before he could leave the sacred mountain. This was a middle-aged man with hair as white as snow. He was heroic and imposing, as if he was the only one in the world. He must have been a world-shaking character in the past. In the blink of an eye, he blocked Yi Fan's path. However, he did not make a move. He stared at Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation without blinking. Yi Fan's heart pounded violently as if he was being stared at by an ancient desolate beast. All the blood energy in his body was about to evaporate, and his body felt like it was about to burst apart. Just how powerful was this person? Even though his current condition was terrible, his flesh was withered, and his body was declining, he was still a sacred body after all. He actually felt this way. The white-haired man walked forward in a steady and resolute manner. Every step seemed as if it could split apart mountains and rivers. Yi Fan discovered that the sky-covering treasured clothes were directly cracked apart, and the stone clothes were even more so shattered. It was exceptionally terrifying. This middle-aged man was heroic and majestic, as if he could rule over heaven and earth. He calmly walked forward, as if a great mountain was crushing down on Yi Fan to crush him. Yi Fan shouted loudly. Golden blood energy rushed out, moving around his body. The undying sacred body's potential surged to resist this disaster. At the same time, his appearance was dignified. He chanted a strange scripture that resounded between heaven and earth. It was as if thunder was descending into the world, shaking the ancient trees until Walala sounds rang out and leaves flew about chaotically. He used his sacred body's golden blood energy to move. This was the last exceptional trump card he could take the initiative to use. This was the several hundred ancient scripture characters from the ancient bronze coffin. From the past until now, he had never understood it. When he roared out now, it didn't turn into sound, but rather a type of fluctuation. This scripture didn't exist in this world. Regardless of whether it was written or chanted, it couldn't appear, and outsiders couldn't understand it. Suddenly, halfway up the mountain, the same scripture rang out. It was even more resounding than his, covering the heaven and earth as if it was expounding the supreme principles of the great Tao. The heavenly sound was like thunder, but only Yi Fan could hear it clearly. This was exactly the same as his own scripture. It turned into a type of heavenly might, and others couldn't understand its meaning. Yi Fan didn't care about anything else and directly rushed towards the mountainside. He didn't care whether or not the white-haired man followed him. In his heart, there was only that ancient coffin. At this moment, his consciousness was a bit hazy, and he could fall down at any time. He simply couldn't care about anything else. In the ancient forest halfway up the mountain, a huge ancient bronze coffin quietly lay there. It was full of vicissitudes of time, as if it was connected to the ancient past. The bronze coffin fell to the side, and the coffin lid slid down to the side. Yi Fan staggered as he approached. He immediately threw himself in because he couldn't hold on any longer. Am I going to die? No, I definitely can't die. He held the Qilin divine medicine seed in his bosom. Only a trace of blood energy seeped out, guiding life essence energy into his body. He clenched his teeth, not allowing himself to go unconscious. However, his state was just too terrible. Even though his will was as firm as iron, he still couldn't hold on. The great Tao scars ruptured, immediately expanding. He almost directly died. Yi Fan finally fainted. The great Tao cracks deepened. His spirit and body couldn't bear the burden anymore. He collapsed within the ancient coffin. After more than 5 years, almost 6 years of time, he entered the bronze coffin again. Everything was because of it that he came to this world, and now, he entered again. The bronze coffin that crossed the star domain, it was unknown where it began and where it ended. It was full of too many secrets. After who knew how much time had passed, only then did Yi Fan slowly wake up. The great Tao heavenly sound had long stopped. It was incomparably peaceful without a single sound. The coffin didn't have Huang's power, so the passage of time couldn't continue to deprive him of his life. Yi Fan knew that his gamble paid off. The several hundred characters of ancient scriptures stirred up the ancient coffin. Before entering the ancient desolate forbidden land, he had already made all types of deductions. Since even Huang feared the ancient coffin, pushing it out from the abyss, then it definitely didn't fear that type of aura. At the crucial moment of life and death, his choice was correct. He resonated with the ancient coffin's heavenly sound and entered this place, allowing him to escape disaster. Even though the passage of time no longer corroded him, his state was terrible to the extreme. The great Tao scars worsened, and his life source seemed like it was about to be split in half. Moreover, right now, his body was aging, his flesh shriveled up. He was like a lamp without oil, about to reach the end of his life at any time. If not for the Qilin divine medicine seed in his hands, he would have already turned into withered bones. The purple Qilin that was less than the size of an infant's fist was dim and without light, already about to wither. This was a type of extravagant squandering. Absorbing the life of the undying divine medicine seed to resist the passage of time, perhaps he was the only one under the heavens who had done such a thing. Even a peerless emperor wearing an ancient sage's divine robe couldn't approach the sacred mountain. Even if Yi Fan's physical body was unparalleled, without this seed, it would be almost impossible for him to reach here and survive until now. This was the world's rarest divine object. Please don't wither and die. Yi Fan felt a sense of guilt. The undying divine medicine was unique in this world. If it died, it wouldn't be able to reappear. The world was silent. He gazed outwards, but he didn't see the white-haired man, nor did he see the figures of the others. Can this ancient coffin really restrain them? Even though he didn't die, Yi Fan's lifespan had already dried up. He was only using the Qilin seed to prolong his life. The terrifying great Tao scars could take away his life at any time. I'm trapped here. How can I reach the summit? He felt like he didn't have the strength to climb up. As long as he left the bronze coffin, he wouldn't be able to resist Huang's aura. This won't do, I have to go up. There's no time to waste, or else I will definitely die here. Yi Fan was inwardly anxious. If he had enough divine force, he could carry the bronze coffin up and resist the corrosion of time. But now, even walking was an issue. What do I do? The Qilin seed has dried up, so it's difficult for me to absorb life essence energy. How am I supposed to go up? Yi Fan had never felt so helpless before. Death was so close to him. Perhaps before the sky darkened, he would leave this world. His life would dry up, and it would be difficult for him to continue living. Yi Fan stood up with difficulty. He gazed outwards. The 9 enormous dragon corpses in the ancient forest were like a great steel wall, not decaying even now. Dark light flickered about, full of power, making one couldn't help but tremble. Are these true dragons? His voice was trembling. The 9 corpses looked exactly the same as true dragons, their might like the heavens. However, after experiencing too many things, he already began to doubt the existence of immortal spirits. Perhaps they are flood dragons that have evolved to the extreme realm. Yi Fan clenched his teeth. With the Qilin seed in hand, He quickly rushed out towards the enormous dragon corpse that flickered with scales. He prepared to drink dragon blood to prolong his life. Chang! Sparks flew in all directions. It was as if Yi Fan's finger had hacked down on 10,000 refined divine iron, unable to cut through it at all. His injuries were just too severe. After hacking down a few times, he couldn't even move a single dragon scale. The terrifying Great Dao scars made it almost impossible for him to stand. He used all of his methods, yet he still couldn't break through the dragon corpse. His body aged even more, and he almost fell backwards onto the ground. Yi Fan used the last of his strength to barely return to the bronze coffin. He fell onto the ground, unable to budge an inch. Am I really going to die? Yi Fan was downcast. He had left his hometown and arrived at the other shore of the starry skies, dying in a place no one knew of. There were no relatives, no friends who knew of this. This was too sorrowful. If I die like this, who would shed a single tear for me? He couldn't even send out a message. 10 years, 100 years later, there would only be a skeleton here. If there was an outstanding character who could come here, they would only sigh. Yi Fan really didn't want to die like this. He said to himself, what other trump cards do I have that I can take the initiative to use? He searched through his entire body. The golden Tao scripture, the silver heavenly sourcebook, the Bodhi seed. Apart from the shriveled Qilin seed, none of the treasures could save his life. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. A small translucent stone fell to the ground. It was only the size of a knuckle, and it flowed with rainbow splendor. It was sparkling and beautiful. Little darling. Seeing this small stone, Yi Fan immediately thought of the pitiful little girl of unknown origins. His heart moved, and he placed the small 7-colored stone in his palm. He used it as a divine medicine to absorb its essence energy. With a swoosh, a 7-colored light entered his body. This is... Yi Fan was shocked. He felt his entire body relax, and he had gained a lot of strength. He almost didn't dare to believe all of this. Just what kind of stone was this? How could it have such a pure life essence? He continued to absorb, and ray after ray of 7-colored splendor rushed into his body. Yi Fan finally sat up after recovering some strength. He looked at this small stone in disbelief. It wasn't an immortal divine medicine, but it possessed a powerful life essence. Little darling. Yi Fan didn't expect that the small stone little darling gave him would save his life at the crucial moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the strength to stand up. Chapter 432. The 7-colored stone was sparkling and translucent. It was so beautiful that it seemed like a dream. It flowed with an intoxicating radiance as if it was a peerless treasure. It made Yi Fan's palm seem transparent. He absorbed the flourishing life essence energy. All of his pores relaxed, and his essence energy recovered. He could already stand up, no longer as difficult to move as before. This was the most basic life essence energy. It was pure and flawless, without any impurities. The moment it entered Yi Fan's body, it became a part of his life. For him, who was at the end of his rope, it was extraordinarily effective. Just what kind of background did the little girl have? This small stone gave birth to endless fantasies. This adorable little girl definitely had an astonishing secret. Originally, Yi Fan's flame of life was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. Now that it was nourished, he temporarily escaped the threat of death. He stood up and looked towards the holy mountain. There was no time to waste. The wounds on his great Tao were worsening. Although the small stone could temporarily revive him, it definitely could not last for long. Every bit of essence energy that was consumed in the small stone reduced his hopes of ascending the holy mountain by a bit. There was no trace of the desolate slaves on the majestic holy mountain. They had all disappeared. It was as if they had returned to the depths of the ancient desolate abyss, cold and lonely. There was no sound at all. He was the only one in the world. He could not feel any fluctuations of life. It was like he had arrived at the end of the world. Yi Fan clenched his teeth and rushed up the mountain with the small 7-colored stone. Although he could obtain a moment of peace here, staying here for a long time was no different from slowly committing suicide. Swoosh! He had just left the bronze coffin when Desolate's power rushed over. It was like scraping his bones and flesh. The intense pain almost made him cry out. The treasured clothes and stone clothes on his body had long been shattered. At this moment, they turned into powder and fell to the ground. This was a peerless killing intent. It was the merciless suppression of time. It was like a heavenly blade that could destroy everything in the world. The small stone flickered in his hand. A seven-colored radiance seeped out and enveloped him, making him look hazy and vibrant. Yi Fan was shocked to discover that the small stone had blocked time and Desolate's aura. Although his life was flowing away, it was much slower than before. That's right. Yi Fan immediately understood. No wonder the little girl was the same as 3 years ago. There was no change at all. This small stone could block the corrosion of time. However, as long as one lived in this world, death was unavoidable. There was no such thing as an eternal existence. The little stone was also growing dim. It could only temporarily block Huang's power. It could only temporarily block Desolate power. Yi Fan was terrified. This was his final trump card. If he could not reach the holy mountain, then he would truly return to dust. He held the shriveled Qilin seed in his hand as well. The seven-colored stone and the seed of the immortal herb provided him with life essence. The vegetation on the holy mountain was flourishing and the rocks were strange. It could be said to be beautiful. However, Yi Fan did not give it another glance. At this critical juncture, climbing the holy mountain was the only way out. The closer they got to the mountaintop, the stronger Huang's aura became, penetrating into one's bones. Not even the seven-colored radiance could stop it. The little stone quickly dimmed. Meanwhile, the Qilin divine medicine seed was also withering, about to dry up. Their vitality had been stripped away by Yi Fan to continue their drying up life. Finally, Yi Fan reached the summit. This was the center of the life-restricted region. The 9 holy mountains were linked together, forming a giant abyss. It was pitch black and difficult to see the end. Looking at it made one's hair stand on end. It was as if it could devour one's soul. The sacred mountain he ascended was majestic, lofty, and heavy. However, it was completely silent. The endless abyss seemed to be connected to the 9 layers of hell. A horrifying aura pervaded the air. The small stone completely dimmed, no longer flowing with radiance. The Qilin seed was wailing. It couldn't endure Yi Fan's continuous absorption. Its life was about to reach its end, and it was about to dry up. Kacha! Yi Fan seemed to hear a cracking sound within his body. His life source was only connected to a small point, but it was almost cut open. His entire body was powerless, and he couldn't even open his eyes. His great Dao injuries had worsened to the extreme. Death was right in front of him, and there was nothing he could do. At this moment, he couldn't absorb life essence energy. Even his powerful divine body was about to turn to ashes, forever disappearing from this world. Pooh! Yi Fan clenched his teeth and spat out a strand of golden essence blood. It burned into golden light, isolating his body and blocking Desolate's power. He stumbled forward. He had been to this place before, and the spring of life was right in front of him. Suddenly, Yi Fan fell into despair. There was a cold figure standing at the side of the spring. His hair was white like snow, and he was heroic and imposing. It was still that middle-aged man. The desolate slave, an unrivaled expert of the past, was blocking his way. How could he go over? Desolate slaves aren't commonly seen, so why do I keep encountering them? He sighed towards the sky. This was a hopeless situation. Not long ago, the ancient coffin's heavenly sound rang out. Why didn't they return to the abyss? Yi Fan didn't think that his judgment was wrong. There must have been an accident somewhere. Yi Fan couldn't even stand steadily, but he didn't want to wait for death like this. He struck out everything on his body. The golden Tao scripture, the silver heavenly origin scripture, and he even wanted to cut open the sea of reincarnation to grab the most mysterious green copper. Wang! The white-haired man took a step forward, and this world was about to collapse. This was the aura of an unrivaled expert. Every move he made the heavens tremble. Yi Fan's body quickly cracked like fine porcelain. He was about to break apart and turn into powder. A world-shaking, unrivaled figure. Even though many years had passed, it was still enough to look down on the world. His divine might was unfathomable. The white-haired man was like a ruler of the world. He had an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, and he was the only sovereign in the world. It's over. Even though Yi Fan's divine body was small success, he still couldn't endure it. His body broke apart, and cracks appeared in his bones. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The tall and majestic white-haired man grabbed the 3 pieces of ancient jade. His hollow eyes actually had a trace of brilliance. He stopped and didn't take another step. Yi Fan struck out the 3 pieces of ancient jade left behind by great Emperor Wuxia, and they were caught by the white-haired man. He stared at them without blinking and was in a daze. Yi Fan's hand had already reached the Sea of Reincarnation and was ready to destroy the Sea of Bitterness to grab the green copper. He didn't expect the other party to stop. Clang! With a soft sound, another piece of ancient jade appeared in the white-haired man's hand. It could obviously be pieced together with the other 3 pieces. He was in a daze. Yi Fan's heart jumped. That was also the ancient jade left behind by great Emperor Wuxia. There were a total of 9 pieces, and he didn't expect the white-haired man to also have one. The white-haired man placed the 4 pieces of ancient jade together on the ground. His eyes became incomparably hollow again. He glanced at Yi Fan and then jumped into the abyss without looking back. This result exceeded Yi Fan's expectations, but he didn't have much time to think. He couldn't hold on any longer and fell into the spring of life in front of him. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan woke up. His whole body was soaked in the spring of life, feeling incomparably comfortable. Desolate's power had finally been blocked. A faint fragrance lingered around his body. The spring was incomparably sparkling. He drank large mouthfuls of divine spring water to nourish his almost dried-up life. His energy was slowly recovering. He finally pulled himself back from the door of death and had a hope of living again. In this land of despair that could obliterate peerless experts, there was such a spring of life. It faintly conformed to the will of the heavens. The extreme of death contained a wisp of vitality, giving people a glimmer of hope. Around this spring, there were 13 small trees. They were emerald green and flickered with green light as if carved from jade. They were all less than half a meter tall, and their leaves were like human palms. They looked like little people with many arms. However, there were no fruits on them. They had already been plucked by Yi Fan and Pang Bo several years ago. Even now, they still hadn't bloomed or borne fruit. The reason why he chose this sacred mountain was mainly because the 9 dragons pulling the coffin was halfway up the mountain. For safety's sake, he didn't go further up the mountain. Yi Fan felt an abnormality. A powerful life force surged around him like a tide, swallowing and spitting out, making him indescribably amazed. Looking down, the small 7-colored stone absorbed the divine spring water and regained its luster. It became sparkling and translucent again. Meanwhile, the Qilan divine medicine seed seemed to have come back to life. It swallowed the sun essence and absorbed the divine spring water. It was originally very shriveled, but now it was slowly filling up again. Yi Fan was astonished. No wonder many people said that only the divine spring could revive the damaged humanoid divine medicine when it was cut out of the northern region. He lay motionlessly in the spring of life, carefully sensing this world. It was actually different from the outside world. It retained a different power of the great Tao. Divine King Zhong's speculation has come true. This was a world from the ancient times. It had the qi activity from before the primordial age. The rules of the world hadn't changed, and everything was different from the present. If I can continue cultivating in this world, I will definitely be able to repair the damage of the great Tao. Yi Fan's heart was stirred. If he could cultivate the saint physique to the great accomplishment realm in this world, even if the rules of the world had changed, he could still defy the heavens. Yi Fan lay in the spring of life. His dried-up lifespan was recovering bit by bit, but he was not satisfied. He wanted to make his qi activity stronger as soon as possible. This was because this was the forbidden area of the primordial age. There might be some existences in the endless abyss. He could be obliterated at any time. In the end, he chose to absorb the essence of the Qilan divine medicine seed and the small 7-colored stone, letting them swallow the spring of life. Primordial divine medicines only needed to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to be immortal. There was nothing in the world that could absorb the power of immortality faster than them. At this time, with a spring of life beside it, the Qilan seed was like a fish in water. It continuously transformed the power of immortality into its own life. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan's life force finally became stronger. He could stand up, and his golden blood energy began to circulate. Although the injuries of the great Tao on his body didn't show any signs of improvement, the undying saint physique was slowly recovering. The flame of life wouldn't dim in a short time. He needed the immortal divine medicine. The 9 sacred mountains had 9 divine roots. In the past, he had already picked 2 kinds of divine fruits. At this time, he looked into the distance. After resting for a long time, Yi Fan held the Qilin divine medicine seed and the small 7-colored stone in his hand. He quickly ran around the sacred mountains that surrounded the abyss. As soon as he got close to the sacred mountain, he smelled a refreshing fragrance from afar. It almost made him drunk on the mountain. This sacred mountain was majestic like the sky. It seemed to be the former site of the celestial court. There were many strange flowers and plants, and it was full of vitality. At the center of the flat mountain peak, there was a 2-meter square spring. It gurgled and overflowed with sparkling splendor. It seemed to be formed from divine liquid. At the side of the spring, there were 3 small trees that were half a meter tall. They were scarlet like fire and sparkled as if they were carved from red agate. They looked like 3 dwarfs. Their branches were like arms, and some of their roots were exposed from the ground like legs. It was extremely strange. Although they were short, they were vigorous like horned dragons. They were full of the aura of time and gave people a feeling of vicissitudes. The fragrance was so strong that it wouldn't dissipate. There was a pink fruit at the top of each tree. It seemed to be carved from beautiful jade. It was warm and clear, and its color was different from the small trees. Yi Fan was dumbstruck. The 3 fruits were shaped like little dolls, and they were all the size of a fist. They were very special. Ginseng fruit. The 3 small trees didn't move, but the 3 pink fruits were swaying. It was as if they wanted to struggle free. It was very strange. Yi Fan didn't dare to delay. He rushed into the spring of life to recover his energy. He then plucked them and sealed them in a jade box. Just this aura alone made him intoxicated. Walala! The scarlet divine tree made a sound as its leaves moved. It was like a beautiful melody, and Yi Fan was amazed once again. At this time, the sun was setting. Yi Fan felt that the abyss was even more terrifying. He didn't dare to delay and decided to return to the bronze coffin at night. Before leaving, he couldn't help but go to the edge of the cliff and use his heavenly god's eye to look down into the abyss. That's the 5-colored sacrificial altar. Yi Fan was shocked. In the endless abyss, he saw a broken sacrificial altar floating in the air. It was very ancient and mysterious. His divine eye was successful, but it couldn't see the bottom of the abyss. However, this sacrificial altar wasn't at the deepest part, but halfway down. It was exactly the same as what Mount Tai had seen. So that's how it is. He finally knew why the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had landed here. I don't know the beginning or the end of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. The other end of the starry sky and this place are all just relay stations. I don't know where the road ahead is. He muttered to himself. Chapter 433. The ancient desolate abyss had existed since time immemorial. What kind of secrets did it hold? No one knew. There were too many legends about it. What was desolation beneath the abyss? Was it a living creature or a type of power? No one could say for sure. Perhaps only the great emperors of ancient times knew. It was pitch black like a bottomless pit that could devour one's mind. The 5-colored altar floated quietly below without any fluctuations. It was unknown what kind of power was used to do all of this. It seemed as if it had never moved since ancient times. It was incomplete and was covered in scars from the passage of time. Its luster had been sealed, leaving behind only calmness and truth. Yi Fan couldn't calm down. Mount Tai, ancient Mars star, ancient desolate forbidden ground. Where would it be next? Ancient Emperor Z-Wei star? This was an unpredictable journey. Yi Fan really wanted to jump down. This 5-colored altar was connected to ancient Mars star. Perhaps it was a way home. He wanted to turn back and set foot on the way home. The setting sun dyed the sky red. The aura of desolation intensified like a volcano about to erupt. Yi Fan's body was under intense attack. He quickly returned to the spring of life to nourish himself. He then filled the pristine jade bottle with divine water and sprinted towards the sacred mountain where the bronze coffin was. Yi Fan's choice was correct. After the sky darkened, the ancient desolate abyss became even more terrifying. It was as if a peerless demon had appeared. Terrifying fluctuations surged, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. The aura of desolation spread out and enveloped the 9 sacred mountains. Then, it rushed towards the even more distant forbidden ground. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. There was no sound at all, only boundless pressure. Yi Fan hid in the bronze coffin and observed quietly. He was incomparably shocked. What kind of existence was there at the bottom of the abyss? What kind of power was there? Perhaps only the resurrection of the great emperors could resist it. Or is this the aura of the great emperors? There were countless thoughts in his mind, but he couldn't make a clear judgment. He soaked the Qilin seed and the 7-colored stone in the pristine jade bottle, and nourished them with a divine spring. He then took out the ancient jades of great Emperor Wuxia and placed them together. After the 4 emperor jades were pieced together, they formed half a map. The Purple Mountain, which was guarded by 9 dragon veins, appeared. He pondered for a long time, not knowing when he would be able to enter. Finally, Yi Fan opened the white jade cauldron and took out a pink fruit. It looked like it was carved from pink jade, but it was only the size of a fist. It looked like a pink doll and was very vivid. The fragrance seeped into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels and moistened every inch of his flesh. The rich fragrance was an irresistible temptation. The sparkling and translucent fruit contained infinite vitality. On the other side of the starry sky, the ginseng fruit from the ancient myths and legends. Could it be such an immortal divine medicine? I think so. Yi Fan took a bite of the jade-like fruit. His mouth was filled with fragrance, and his whole body was enveloped in brilliance. He felt like he was about to ascend to the heavens, and his whole body was covered in mist. He didn't swallow it all at once. After taking a bite, he began to meditate and refine it, striving to bring out the medicinal power to its fullest. He would stay in this forbidden area for a few months instead of leaving immediately. In just an instant, his body seemed to be on fire. His damaged and withered flesh suddenly became resplendent, and he was enveloped by the blazing light. This is... Yi Fan was shocked. His great Tao wounds were being nourished. Although there was no sign of them healing, it made him feel comfortable. Fragment of worldly laws. 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes, and the light on his body became even more brilliant. There was some kind of power of rules in this fruit, and only those who had reached the 4 extreme secret realms could sense it. It was the existence of this power that added a trace of vitality to his great Tao wounds. This was a very good sign. If he ate more of these fruits, there would definitely be obvious improvements. The immortal divine medicine is indeed a holy item. It actually contains such a fragment of worldly laws. Yi Fan knew that this was the best medicine to heal great Tao wounds. The night was peaceful. He was silent and motionless as he refined this fruit bit by bit. Boom! Suddenly, in the latter half of the night, Yi Fan was awakened by a loud sound. This part of the world seemed to be turning upside down, and the 9 sacred mountains were shaking. Clatter! The loud sound of iron chains was like a demonic sound from hell. It covered the sky and the earth, and resounded through the clouds. The terrifying iron chains, the sound of death, the loud sound, and the bone-chilling cold. It was as if a peerless savage had broken out from the prison of hell. Yi Fan was horrified, and all the hair on his body stood on end. He felt an unparalleled killing intent. If he was not in the bronze coffin, his body might have been torn apart. He stood at the edge of the bronze coffin and looked up at the sacred mountains. A chill immediately ran down his spine as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Endless demonic clouds surged out from the abyss like raging waves hitting the clouds. Vaguely, a few huge iron chains could be seen flickering with cold light, connecting to the horizon. A terrifying existence was firmly locked in place, struggling in the horizon. This part of the world was about to collapse. At the same time, it was accompanied by waves of low roars that resounded in people's hearts, as if a great mountain was pressing down. What is that? Yi Fan said to himself. Back then, when they first arrived in this world and left the ancient desolate forbidden land, they had also seen this kind of terrifying scene late at night. There were people in this world who said that this was a desolate slave, a matchless figure that hadn't been tamed yet. There were others who said that this was a clone desolate forged for himself, but it was difficult to truly understand. Yi Fan retreated into the depths of the bronze coffin and calmed his mind, continuing to refine the sacred fruit. External objects couldn't affect his heart, so he forgot everything and wasn't disturbed by sound. Only after 3 whole days did Yi Fan finish refining a ginseng fruit, allowing it to completely display its medicinal effects. All of the spiritual essence was absorbed. Within the great Tao scars, life force was unstoppable, showing signs of taking a turn for the better. His blood energy was much more vigorous, and his body recovered its vitality. As expected, great Tao injuries require corresponding natural laws to heal. Just life essence energy isn't enough, Yi Fan said to himself. Then, he spent another 3 days to refine and absorb the second ginseng fruit. His life energy immediately flourished, and golden blood energy curled around his body. However, Yi Fan frowned. The great Tao law fragments he absorbed were repeated and did not have much of an effect. The same type of sacred fruit contains the same divine effect. Is it really as the legends say? In reality, there was only one divine herb in the Forbidden Land. The 9 divine fruits were all split off from it, so it could not be considered a true immortal herb. However, if one harvested all 9 fruits, it would be comparable to one. Although the original main root did not turn into 9 divine herbs, if the 9 divine roots mutated and the medicinal effects merged, it would be comparable to 2 or 3 immortal herbs. Of course, there was a huge drawback. Immortal herbs were all unique. After being split off, they lost their spirituality and could no longer fly. The natural laws they contained were also incomplete and incomplete. Only by merging them back together could one obtain a truly flawless and mature immortal herb's effects. Yi Fan sealed the 3rd sacred fruit and did not consume it again. He was prepared to take the risk to pick other sacred fruits to heal his great Tao injuries. What if I run into desolate slaves again? This was what Yi Fan was most worried about. He could not turn danger into safety every time. Who knew, he might be killed next time, his body and soul destroyed. He arrived at the depths of the bronze coffin and used his hands to hug the small coffin. He shook it forcefully, but it did not move at all. He was filled with boundless curiosity and wanted to open it, but he could not move it at all. It is not realistic to carry the coffin up. Looks like I can only rely on myself. Yi Fan sighed and poured the divine spring in the jade bottle into his mouth. Then, he took out the Qilin divine medicine seed and the small 7-colored stone before rushing to the summit of Sage Peak. During the day, the 9 sacred mountains were very quiet. Although the aura of desolation was very strong, it was much weaker than at night. Yi Fan continuously drank the divine spring and absorbed the essence of the divine medicine seed and the small stone, so he did not age much. He ascended a sacred mountain that he had never been to before. In the distance, he saw sparkling and translucent, and a boundless fragrance drifted over. Yi Fan quickly approached and rushed into the spring of life. He first drank to his heart's content before looking at the sacred fruits. There were a total of 7 small trees here. They were all pure white, regardless of whether it was their leaves or branches. They flickered with a sparkling and translucent luster. Every single one of them had a crescent moon-shaped fruit. The color was different from the rest of the plants. They were silver and dazzling, like small moons hanging on them. Yi Fan took out the jade cauldron and plucked the 7 silver moon divine fruits. He carefully sealed them before rushing to another sacred mountain. The desolate slaves had not appeared yet, so this was the best opportunity. He wanted to pluck all the divine medicines in the 9 sacred mountains in one go. He arrived at another sacred mountain. 5 small green jade trees swayed and rustled as they flowed with brilliant colors. There was a heart-shaped fruit at the top of each of them. They were scarlet like blood, bright and beautiful. They seemed to be made from the most resplendent rubies, and their fragrance refreshed the mind. When the small trees swayed and the red heart-shaped fruits trembled, it really seemed like 5 hearts were beating. They were filled with powerful vitality and power. Yi Fan quickly plucked them and prepared to rush to the next sacred mountain. However, when he looked into the abyss, his expression changed greatly. The heavenly jade holy maiden flew up like a fairy. Yi Fan turned to flee. At this moment, his vitality could still be considered vigorous, and his speed was extremely fast. Golden blood qi curled around his body like a burning golden divine flame. However, the heavenly jade holy maiden was even faster. She crossed the air and arrived beside him in an instant. She slowly descended, her white clothes fluttering in the wind. Her beauty was exceptional, like a goddess descending from the heavens. She did not attack and only stared at Yi Fan's feet in a daze. Strands of light flowed in her eyes. Yi Fan's mind was sharp, and he instantly thought of a possibility. He used all his strength and began to use the old lunatic's footwork to rush toward the ancient coffin. As he expected, the heavenly jade holy maiden's black hair fluttered in the wind as she flew in the air. She only stared at his feet and did not attack him. She was observing this strange footwork. Swoosh! Before long, Yi Fan rushed back and entered the ancient bronze coffin. The heavenly jade holy maiden stopped and did not follow. Her expression was somewhat blank, as if she was trying to recall something. The old lunatic is not dead yet. I don't know if he is your senior brother or your uncle, master. Yi Fan transmitted his voice. Without a sound, the heavenly jade holy maiden left. Her figure flickered to the peak of the sacred mountain, and then disappeared into the abyss. This time, after returning, Yi Fan began to cultivate in seclusion. He refined the silver moon fruit and the heart-like crimson fruit. Mist flowed and a fragrance assailed the nostrils. In the past half a month, Yi Fan's body had become translucent and radiant. It was as if he was about to ascend to immortality. Golden blood chi surged, and ocean-like essence energy surged. The strangest thing was that as he sat there, Tao diagrams lingered around him. They were profound and unfathomable. He was like a god, one with heaven and earth, guiding the Tao into his body. Yi Fan didn't move. The great Tao wounds in his body slowly healed. The incomplete world law fragments were extremely useful to him in this ancient world. Swoosh! He opened his eyes, 2 blazing beams of divine light shooting out. In this past half a month, he had refined 3 silver moon fruits and 2 heart-like fruits. If I can refine 2 or 3 of each type of divine fruit, the great Tao wounds will definitely be healed. Essence energy surged around his body. Incomplete Tao diagrams lingered around him, constantly imprinting themselves into his body. Yi Fan stood up. He arrived in front of the coffin within the coffin and shook it. Clang! It moved. He had actually moved this small coffin. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Just what was inside the coffin? He lifted the coffin lid, wanting to open it and see what was inside. Wang! The moment the small coffin moved, the large coffin also swayed. All sorts of bronze diagrams began to shine. In particular, the starry sky diagram was even more bizarre. It was as if a true sky had appeared with twinkling stars. The vast sky, the boundless starry sky. It was cold and dark, lacking vitality. Loneliness was the eternal theme. The blurry ancient starry road was like a thread that rapidly flickered. Yi Fan was truly shocked. The ancient starry road had no end. Who was it that paved it, and what kind of distant place did it lead to? Was it the ancient Myrtle Star, or an even more ancient and mysterious star region? Chapter 434. The inside of the bronze coffin was filled with a mysterious aura. All kinds of bronze carvings were flickering and flowing with a dim brilliance. The rust was very thick, but it couldn't cover up the vague bronze carvings. There were ancient ancestors looking up at the starry sky and ancient gods with tear stains. At this time, it was as if they were alive. They wanted to rush out through the bronze and the thick rust, giving off an incomparably realistic feeling. Yi Fan was shocked. He let go of the coffin and carefully observed everything, wanting to comprehend the mysteries within. More and more vague bronze carvings were flickering. The ferocious 9-headed divine bird spread its wings and flew across the sky. It was a heaven-defying creature like the sacred battle ape, standing tall in the clouds with its staff splitting the sky. There were ancient beasts recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, such as the Taotai, Xianxia, and Bai En. There were also many creatures he didn't recognize. They were huge and had sinister faces. They were so vivid and lifelike that it would cause people to feel fear. What Yi Fan paid the most attention to was the starry sky diagram. It was so real, profound, and ever-changing, making people feel boundless and boundless. A cold and dark aura rushed over. He wanted to capture the ancient starry sky path, but the thin thread was moving too fast. He had no idea what kind of star field it had passed through. That was because the star field was boundless. Without any reference coordinates, he couldn't identify it at all. Looking at the star field from the other end of the starry sky was completely different from here. He didn't know where to look from. Mount Tai, ancient Mars star, ancient desolate forbidden ground. Does it point to the ancient Earth star next? Yi Fan mumbled to himself. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the carvings on the coffin lost their luster and quickly dimmed down. It seemed that they were all related to the small coffin. It stopped moving and everything calmed down. The bronze coffin in the giant coffin was 4 meters long and less than 2 meters wide. It was simple and dull, with ancient carvings on it. It was covered in a bronze green and full of the vicissitudes of time. Clang! Yi Fan exerted force and wanted to open the lid. He had endless questions in his heart. What kind of character was buried in a coffin pulled by 9 dragons? Buzz! As expected, when he moved the coffin again, all kinds of carvings flickered, full of mystery. Clang! Yi Fan felt as if he was pulling up a mountain. The bronze coffin was as heavy as a great mountain. He used all his strength, and his whole body seemed to be cast in gold. His golden blood and energy boiled, and the bones of the immortal holy body creaked and almost broke. Boom! Finally, he opened the ancient coffin's lid a bit, revealing an extremely small crack. A strand of chaotic energy seeped out, immediately sending him flying. Even someone as powerful as the golden sage body was punched with a bloody hole. If it wasn't for the green copper piece in the sea of bitterness that gently shook and absorbed the misty chaotic chi, he would have turned into powder just now. Yi Fan was overwhelmed with shock. This was too terrifying. A wisp of chaotic energy appeared. Even a small perfection saint physique was like a piece of paper that couldn't be blocked at all. This result made his heart tremble. He hurriedly drank the divine spring to heal his wounded body. He didn't want his body to be destroyed by this ancient coffin when the cracks in his great Tao were about to heal. His entire body's essence energy was like a tide, quickly circulating. Yi Fan was indescribably shocked. Just what was inside the small copper coffin? To be able to chant the heavenly sound of the great Tao, it might be an ancient scripture. It seeped out a strand of chaotic energy, so it might be a supreme treasure. If it was a corpse, then it would be even more terrifying. After a long time, Yi Fan's wounds finally healed. He naturally didn't dare to lift the coffin lid again because there was an exceptional killing intent. He paced back and forth in the giant coffin, carefully observing every diagram. He thought about it seriously, and the more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. Countless shocking ideas emerged in his mind. The boundless star domain had too many secrets. The ancient starry sky path had no end, and it was unknown where it ended. This ancient and mysterious starry land might just be a segment of the road. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin might have set sail as early as the ancient times. Just where were they heading? Perhaps. Wuxia had no end, no answer, and no home. Yi Fan pondered for a long time, and then he walked out of the ancient coffin with the Qilan divine medicine seed and the small 7-colored stone. He arrived in front of the 9 enormous dragon corpses and began to have ideas about them. Regardless of whether they were true dragons or not, their bodies were so similar that they were definitely not ordinary. Taking a step back, even if they were flood dragons, they had most likely evolved to an unfathomable realm. Just based on the fact that they had pulled the bronze coffin through the boundless star domain and hadn't rotted until now, it was enough to prove everything. Their entire bodies were treasures. Yi Fan's great Tao scars hadn't healed, but his corporeal body had more or less recovered. His divine power was unparalleled, and he wanted to release dragon blood again. However, after trying for a long time, he still couldn't pluck out a single dragon scale. Dang! He forcefully pulled off the dragon horn, causing the web between his thumb and index finger to split open, but he couldn't pull it out at all. He pulled on a dragon whisker and almost broke his own palm, but he still couldn't cut it off. These are exceptional divine treasures. I've been guarding them, but I can't take anything out at all. Yi Fan was truly at his wit's end. He wanted to try to carry a dragon away, but he discovered that it was even heavier than a mountain. Moreover, there were iron chains connected to the bronze coffin, so he couldn't cut them off or push them away. In the following days, he recuperated his injured body while pondering over the bronze coffin and the 9 dragons. Unfortunately, even though he clearly knew that they were treasures, he couldn't do anything about them. He couldn't cut them off, and he couldn't move them. He was guarding a treasure mountain, but he couldn't obtain even a single copper. This was a very helpless matter. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan had already been in the forbidden land of the desolate antiquity for more than 20 days. In this ancient world, the great Tao scars were indeed recovering bit by bit. Several years ago, he had plucked 2 types of divine fruits, and today, he had plucked 3 more. There were still 4 types of divine roots left in the 9 sacred mountains, so he decided to take another risk. This time he was very successful, and he plucked the 6th type of divine fruit. It was shaped like a small sun, and every single one of them was golden and dazzling. They were perfectly round, and every one of them was the size of an infant's fist. This 6th type of divine root had 9 small trees, so naturally, there were as many as 9 fruits. As he held them in his hand, they made his body shine resplendently. The bronze coffin was resplendent, and it was overflowing with fragrance. The brilliance flickered, and just smelling the aura made one have the illusion that they were about to ascend. All the pores on his body relaxed as he was continuously baptized by divine power. They really were like sun essence. The medicinal strength was mysterious and powerful, beautiful and sparkling. Just looking at them left one intoxicated. Yi Fan entered seclusion again. On the 6th day, after he refined the 2 golden sun fruits, damaged Tao diagrams lingered around his body, engraving themselves within his body and entering the great Tao scars. One could clearly see that the wounds were slowly healing, and his injuries were developing in a better direction. At the same time, his flesh also began to change. His bones and flesh seemed like they were going to be reborn. Before this, when he entered the Holy Land, he was injured too severely by Huang's power. He ate a total of 7 divine fruits, yet he was only able to recover to his peak state. Now, he refined 2 more golden sun divine fruits. His inner organs were all shaken, and there were signs of his bones being reborn. 3 days later, when he refined the 3rd sun divine fruit, his bones released pi-pa sounds. His body split apart, and a layer of old skin fell off, forming a new body. His flesh was extremely tyrannical. After breaking free of his old body, he was once again full of vitality and vitality. His flesh shell was even stronger than before. He sealed the other 6 golden fruits because the heaven and earth natural law fragments inside were the same. They could no longer be used on the great Tao scars. Chang. Yi Fan exerted strength, actually carrying the small bronze coffin on his back. One could imagine just how powerful his divine power was right now. It surpassed the past. Even though it was very strenuous, he was truly shaken. It was as if he was moving while carrying a mountain on his back. His entire body surged with spiritual essence, and sweat poured down. Golden blood energy coiled around his body like flames. Dang! When he placed the small bronze coffin down, a sky-shaking sound rang out. The coffin and the large outer coffin seemed to have some kind of suction force, merging back together. There are 3 more fruits. I have to pick them all and heal the great Tao scars. However, in the following days, Yi Fan saw desolate slaves several times. He didn't dare ascend the mountain out of fear of provoking a fatal disaster. He waited like this for half a month, and during this time, he saw them twice. It looks like I can only carry the small bronze coffin up the mountain. After Yi Fan made his decision, he carried the small coffin on his back and walked up the mountain step by step. The pressure made his bones creak, and with every step he took, the iron-like sacred mountain would crack. After ascending the sacred mountain, he saw desolate slaves again. There was a white-haired man, the heavenly jade holy lady, and a ruddy old man. As Yi Fan advanced step by step, the 3 desolate slaves stared at the bronze coffin in a daze. They didn't do anything. Instead, they retreated as if they didn't want to get too close. Whoosh! In the end, they all jumped into the abyss and didn't appear again. It was as if they were extremely fearful of the bronze coffin. This was the first time Yi Fan picked herbs while carrying a coffin. However, he had no other choice in order to survive. On this day, he picked 3 kinds of holy fruits in a row. They were all strange and extraordinary. One of them was shaped like a small cauldron. The Tao lingered around it, and a hazy mist surrounded it. There were a total of 6 of them. There was another one that was like a flying bird. It was scarlet like blood and looked lifelike. It looked like it was going to spread its wings and soar into the sky. There were a total of 5 of them. The final fruit was also very special. It was shaped like a small disc that flickered with blue light. There were 8 faint golden scars on it that looked like the 8 trigrams. There were a total of 5 of them. This? Yi Fan clicked his tongue in wonder. These holy fruits were too special. There was not a single one that was the same. All of them were incomparably wondrous and dazzling, flickering with brilliance. He successfully picked all the holy fruits and carried the bronze coffin back with great difficulty. On the way down the mountain, he almost rolled down. The small bronze coffin was too heavy, and it almost broke all the bones in his body. In the following half a month, the aura of the Tao filled the ancient bronze coffin. It was fragrant, and all sorts of strange fruits bloomed with incomparably dazzling light. When he refined the scarlet bird fruit, there seemed to be a vermilion bird fluttering around him. There were phoenix cries, and the incomplete Tao diagram revolved around him. Every inch of his flesh and blood trembled as he was constantly being reborn. When he refined the small cauldron divine fruit, his bones broke inch by inch. Then, they reformed and were constantly reborn. The incomplete Tao diagram first circled around his body before finally submerging into the great Tao scars. When he refined the 8 trigram scars on the holy fruit, 8 and 8 patterns turned into the 8 trigrams that lined up in all directions, surrounding him. Mysterious Tao diagrams appeared one after another, submerging him within. In these 20 days, Yi Fan's flesh and bones were constantly reborn. He was reborn. Even though he carved the 9 ancient characters on his body, he still almost became even smaller. This rebirth made his body extremely tyrannical. It seemed as if he could pierce through the world with just a raise of his hand. Chapter 435. The vermilion bird fruit, cauldron fruit, and 8 trigrams fruit were clear and flawless. They sparkled like 7-colored glass and were dazzling. After being refined, they turned into incomplete Tao diagrams that were also mysterious and unfathomable. They were constantly branded into his body. Outside of Yi Fan's body, the small blood-red vermilion bird danced in the air. The small cauldron floated up and down and the 8 trigrams diagram spun around. It was extremely strange. The medicinal efficacy was too strong. If he didn't carve the 9 ancient characters on his body, he might have turned into a child. If he was as small as the little girl, then he would be in big trouble. The bronze coffin was covered with impurities. There were broken bones and cracked skin. This scene made his hair stand on end. But it was real. He had shed himself. During this half a month, Yi Fan was truly shedding his mortal body and exchanging his bones, but it was a type of inhumane torture. His entire body was splitting apart, his internal organs sounding like heavenly sounds, his bones breaking and reforming inch by inch. In the end, he took 2 of each of the 3 divine fruits. After 20 days of seclusion, he had cleanly absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the 6 divine fruits. At this time, his body was flawless. It was sparkling and translucent, almost translucent. His blood was red with a faint golden color and there were even golden lights flowing within. Yi Fan stood up and pressed down in the void. Space collapsed. His body was clean and flawless. Precious splendor flowed around him like an immortal god on an altar. At this time, he felt that his body was comparable to a saint lord. If those people didn't use their heaven-shaking magical power and only used their bodies to fight him, he could suppress them. It had to be known that there were many chasms between the two of them. In terms of cultivation, there was still a great disparity. However, his body was even stronger. It could be said to be shocking. The medicinal efficacy of the divine fruit was extraordinary. It allowed him to be reborn once again. Now, he didn't need a weapon and could use his bare hands to shatter divine weapons. He himself was a powerful human-shaped weapon. However, Yi Fan sighed, feeling a bit regretful. Several years ago, when he ate the divine fruit for the first time, apart from being reborn, it also opened up his sea of bitterness, allowing his saint body to cultivate. When he consumed the holy fruit for the second time, his physical body underwent a metamorphosis, and his divine sense also became extremely terrifying. A small golden lake appeared between his brows, and it became a powerful trump card. This time, the strange power entered the scar of the great Tao and didn't appear. It was helping him resolve his inevitable death. Damned crack of the great Tao. But he soon understood. The saint body couldn't cultivate for more than 100,000 years. How could he break the curse without paying a great price? It could be said that he had used an immortal herb to fight against the invisible great Tao of heaven and earth. To have such a result was already a great blessing in misfortune. The Supreme God King had done everything he could and basically sacrificed his life, but in the end, he still failed to help him defy the heavens. It was no surprise that he needed so many holy fruits to change his fate of certain death. It was already fated. Yi Fan looked at his injuries and revealed a smile. After dozens of days of nourishment, the cracks in his great Tao had already healed. His life source was crystal clear. This is... Suddenly, his smile froze. Although the large crack in his life source had healed, there was still a small, barely visible crack. If he didn't look inside carefully, he wouldn't be able to see it at all. It was too well hidden. There was only a trace, which could be considered a kind of hidden injury. If he walked out of the forbidden area like this, the old injury would most likely reopen after a long time. Why is it like this? Yi Fan couldn't calm down. He had eaten all kinds of divine fruits. Although he still had some, The fragments of the laws inside were repeated, so they were useless for the great Tao scar. In the primordial world, even nourishing divine fruits couldn't cure it. What else could he do? Yi Fan frowned. This was a terrible discovery. Was he really destined to be suppressed by the world and couldn't walk out unscathed? Suddenly, he raised his head, as if he had suddenly thought of something and said to himself, "Yes, that must be it." The 9 sacred mountains had 9 kinds of divine roots. Although there were many divine fruits with shocking medicinal power, they weren't the true immortal medicine. In fact, there is only one immortal medicine here. The one I obtained is incomplete. Yi Fan came to a realization. The 9 types of divine roots merged into one. That was the most primordial divine medicine of immortality. Only the rules of heaven and earth contained in it were flawless, and only then could it repair the scars of the great path in his body. During these several dozen days, he had refined 7 kinds of divine fruits. 2 of them were missing because he had consumed them years ago. Was this the will of the heavens? Only by combining the 9 divine fruits can I heal the great Tao scar or find a truly mature immortal medicine and not a mutated fruit like this. Yi Fan looked at the qilin seed in his hand. It wasn't mature yet. Even if it was planted on the sacred mountain, who knew how many years it would take before it could be harvested? He thought about it carefully and his eyes brightened. He carried the small bronze coffin on his back and started to climb the mountain in order to completely resolve his crisis. At this time, his mortal body was even more terrifying than a holy lord's. Carrying the bronze coffin wasn't that strenuous anymore. Soon, he arrived at a sacred mountain. This was the place where he had picked the first divine fruit several years ago. He placed the bronze coffin on the ground and entered the spring of life. He carefully dug out the roots of a small tree and cut off a small section of the rhizome. Since the main root of the immortal medicine was divided into 9 divine roots, then their rhizome was definitely the most essential part. He wanted to use this to make up for his deficiencies. Yi Fan didn't want to destroy everything. There were 13 small trees here, and he only cut off a small section of the lateral root from each one. He also plucked some branches and leaves before descending the mountain. 7 days later, Yi Fan opened his eyes in the bronze coffin and revealed a satisfied expression. Everything was as he had guessed. The divine roots contained fragments of the great Tao. Tao diagrams appeared and were branded into his body. The crack in his life source had almost completely disappeared. He naturally wanted to do it perfectly and not leave behind any residual effects. He carried the small bronze coffin up the mountain again, and arrived at the second divine medicine he had picked several years ago to dig out the divine roots. 10 days later, Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the coffin and carefully examined it. His life source was sparkling and translucent. It was pure and flawless. The great Tao scar had completely disappeared and there were no longer any flaws. At this point, in this world that still retained the archaic laws, Yi Fan's injuries were completely healed. He no longer had any hidden worries. He let out a long breath. He had finally truly broken the curse and defied the heavens to reconnect the broken path of his divine physique. However, this kind of price was too great. If the outside world still didn't change, it would be almost impossible for another divine physique like him to appear. No one could bear this kind of price. This trip was a complete success. He had resolved his hopeless situation. The immortal divine medicine is indeed heaven-defying. No wonder every great emperor has one. Not only can it revive the dead, but it also contains the laws of the great Tao. Yi Fan sighed. The immortal divine medicine was rare even in the archaic era. It was the most precious divine object in the world and could be called immortal treasures. It was hard to find in the entire world. Now, there was even less of a need to talk about it. The immortal divine medicine had flown into the 7 great life forbidden zones and could no longer be seen. It had become a legend. The divine fruit of the desolate forbidden zone was not a true immortal medicine, but it contained endless power. Each one of them was enough to let Yi Fan be reborn. From this, one could imagine how incredible the true immortal divine medicine was. Yi Fan didn't leave but continued to cultivate here. Perhaps this archaic world could help him speed up his cultivation. He didn't have to worry about being corroded by the desolate power while hiding in the coffin. After entering the 4 extreme secret realms, one needed to comprehend everything and no longer rely on external objects like the divine source. Yi Fan knew this a long time ago. Absorbing the divine fruit was an obvious example. His fleshly body had become strong enough to compete with holy masters and even suppress them. However, His magic power and cultivation hadn't broken through to a new realm. The four extreme secret realms require one to reside in the void and imprint the emotionless great Tao. Only by comprehending the laws of heaven and earth can one advance. Not only do I need to cultivate the physique, but I also need to cultivate the true Tao. Yi Fan went into seclusion and sat in the ancient coffin. He didn't move at all. His heart was peaceful and very ethereal. He calmed his heart and comprehended. His entire being became blurry and imprinted in the void. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days. Yi Fan's heart was clear. Sometimes it was full of colors and sometimes it was empty. He was like an eternal god who didn't know the passage of time. He didn't care about the ups and downs of the mortal world. One of his arms seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. It entered the void and reached out to the limits of heaven and earth. The human body had 4 extremes. It could reach the 4 extremes of heaven and earth and draw upon the great Tao of the heavens. His left arm imprinted itself in the void and turned into a Tao diagram, becoming eternal. Yi Fan activated the mysterious technique recorded in the Eternal Universe scripture, and comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth. He made his first extreme become the embodiment of the Tao. All kinds of wonderful sounds came from the heaven and earth at the same time. Even in this cursed forbidden land, nothing could stop it. All kinds of heaven and earth patterns fell down like sparkling flower petals. They fluttered about and entered the ancient coffin. Tao diagrams appeared one after another, surrounding Yi Fan. He was like an immortal god with primal chaos swirling around his body. It was as if he was sitting at the beginning of the world and was surrounded by all kinds of Tao patterns. The heavenly sounds of the Tao resounded through the clouds. He was neither happy nor worried. His expression was serene like a smiling god. He had a kind of calmness and confidence as if he was one with the heaven and earth. In this recent period of time, he had experienced too many things. He was always hovering between life and death and had long developed a Tao sense in his heart. This time, when he isolated himself in the forbidden ancient coffin, success came naturally and he broke through in one go. Yi Fan's left arm entered the heaven and earth and became eternal, becoming the embodiment of the Tao. His right arm also flickered and was surrounded by Tao diagrams. He advanced to the second level of the 4 extremes. He didn't move at all as he sat there. The divine sounds of the great Tao rang out endlessly in his body, drawing upon the great Tao of the heavens. It was as if there was an ancient deity chanting scriptures. 3 months after Yi Fan entered the forbidden ancient land, he finally opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with serenity and his heart was incomparably tranquil. He was only a step away from the 3rd level of the 4 extremes. He stood up and gazed outside the forbidden ancient land. He said to himself, "It's time to leave." Yi Fan had some thoughts in his heart. He couldn't sit there anymore. If he wanted to break through again, he needed an opportunity. It wasn't something that could be solved by just sitting there. He thought of little Tingting and divine King Jiang. He couldn't delay any longer. The flames of life of those two could be extinguished at any time. He needed to find them as soon as possible with the divine fruit. This was also the main reason why his Tao heart was unstable and couldn't break through again. "I've disappeared from the world for 3 months. Perhaps many people thought I was dead." Yi Fan stood up and gazed outside the forbidden ancient land. Chapter 436. Yi Fan was about to leave. He ascended the 9 sacred mountains one after another, and dug out some of the 9 divine roots in order to create a perfect immortal divine medicine to save people. In addition, the 9 springs of life could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. They were also priceless treasures in this world, so he naturally wouldn't forget them. He had brought a total of 9 jade bottles, enough to store a large mountain. He wanted to collect a large amount of the immortal divine spring water, but the forbidden ancient land could reduce any treasure to an ordinary item. The 9 jade bottles had almost become ordinary vessels. Each could only store a dozen or so kilograms of water, not even a drop more. Even so, Yi Fan was still very satisfied. He had even picked the immortal divine medicine and healed the wounds of the great Tao. The harvest this time could be said to be heaven-defying. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? Since ancient times, many old sacred masters had entered the forbidden area of life in their later years. Like moths flying into a flame, almost all of them were turned into ashes, and it was very difficult for them to reappear in the world. "It's time to leave." Yi Fan stood above the ancient desolate abyss and stared at the 5-colored altar in the darkness. He was in a daze. At this moment, he had an urge to jump down with the little copper coffin. When would he be able to cross the star domain? After a long time, he turned around and arrived at the bank of a spring of life. He took out the qilin seed and looked at it. Should he plant it here? Without a doubt, the forbidden ancient land was very suitable for it to grow. In the future, it would definitely become a mature immortal divine medicine and become a worldly immortal treasure. However, the immemorial divine medicine was full of spirituality. Perhaps once it germinated, it would fly away on its own before it could grow up and escape to a dangerous place that no one could find. In the end, Yi Fan put it away. This immortal divine medicine seed still had other uses, so he couldn't let it go now. He could plant it himself in the future. Yi Fan went down the mountain and walked around the bronze coffin for a long time. He stared at the 9 dragon corpses and really wanted to drag them away. These were all divine treasures. Suddenly, he couldn't help but laugh. He felt that he was too greedy. Why did he want to take away everything he saw? It seems that after staying with the Black Emperor for a long time, I've been infected with its habits. Yi Fan himself laughed. He had plucked all the divine fruits, not even the roots and leaves. He also took a lot of the divine spring, and now he was thinking about the bronze coffin. The big black dog would rather kill wrongly than let go. He took whatever he saw. He was extremely greedy and even wanted to take the treasures of his acquaintances. He had done this to Yi Fan many times. This damn dog is full of bad habits. Being affected by it, I'm almost like it. Yi Fan did not blush at all and pushed all the blame onto the Black Emperor. He stroked his chin. He really wanted to carry the small coffin away, but in the end, he sighed. This coffin was too demonic. He couldn't put it away at all. To it. He took it to the divine spring and by. He could it by Yi Fan's to the fan. And by he had and by the divine spring after the divine spring of Tichen Tu after another. By. Yi Fan put the small bronze coffin back to its original position. He didn't even look back as he left. He held the qilin seed and the small 7-colored stone, gulping down large mouthfuls of divine spring water. It wasn't long before he arrived at the edge of the forbidden ancient land. He could see the ancient forest that stretched for 400 kilometers. He was about to leave this forbidden land. He turned around and took a look. There were too many secrets in this forbidden land. Unless he became an ancient emperor, there was no way he could understand them. The injuries of the great Tao have finally healed. I'm back. Yi Fan was unsettled. When he first came to the southern region, he was on the verge of death. Now, he had finally gotten out of this hopeless situation. Suddenly, he sensed great danger. All the hairs on his body stood on end. Boom! A thick bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky. Its diameter was over 30 meters, and it pierced through heaven and earth. This was too sudden, and Yi Fan was sent flying several hundred meters away. Mother Fastris Kerr. Is there a mistake? The sky is bright and clear, and there isn't even a single cloud. How could there be lightning? His entire body was pitch black, and his clothes were turned into ashes that stuck to his body. Even though he wasn't injured in the slightest, he was in a sorry state. Even his hair was standing on end. Boom! Another bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky. The radiance was blazing, and it was as if a purple mountain ridge was falling down. It was thick and terrifying, and it made it hard for one to breathe. At first, Yi Fan thought that someone was plotting against him. However, he quickly realized that something wasn't right. This was definitely lightning that came from the heavens. It was impossible for it to be man-made. Heavenly tribulation. He deduced the truth. His expression immediately changed. How could he provoke a heavenly tribulation for no reason? He felt that this was too illogical. The terrifying lightning turned into a purple sea, submerging this place. Terrifying fluctuations surged violently, suffocating everyone. The towering ancient trees and giant boulders were all blasted into ashes. How could I be struck by lightning for no reason? Yi Fan was truly speechless. Boom! The sea of lightning was berserk, almost pressing down onto the ground and covering him. Lightning struck one after another, and all kinds of strange beasts in the endless mountain range were alarmed. Could it be because I broke through to the second layer of the Four Extremities realm? Yi Fan immediately felt a headache. If that was the case, he would have to suffer in the future. He thought of what the Black Emperor said. More than 100,000 years ago, Great Emperor Wuxia was often struck by lightning, and in the end, he became used to it. It seemed like he would most likely be like this in the future. Grandpa is very close, and Uncle loves me very much, but why do I have to be struck by lightning? Motherf *****. Yi Fan cursed. Heavenly tribulation struck one after another, causing the endless mountain range to tremble. The mountains in this region all collapsed and were turned into fine powder by the lightning, becoming a barren land. Just like the last time, there were a total of 5 heavenly tribulations. Each tribulation had a total of 9 small tribulations. It was terrifying to the extreme, striking until the mountains shook and the earth quaked. This mountainous region was completely destroyed. It was a scene of the end of the world. Other than Yi Fan, no other creatures existed. The lightning struck out an incomparably large abyss. However, Yi Fan was not seriously injured. This time, he was reborn in the ancient desolate forbidden land, using the undying holy body to resist the lightning tribulation. He was no longer as miserable as last time. When everything calmed down, he lightly shook his body, and his injured body instantly recovered. His entire body blossomed with auspicious colors, bright and clean, flawless, sparkling and translucent like jade. His powerful precious body had withstood the heavenly tribulation. If I had snatched the holy maiden and seized the extreme path holy weapon, I would accept being struck by lightning, but I have never done such a thing. Yi Fan was indignant. Fortunately, this place was still 800 li away from the outside world. Otherwise, such a great commotion would definitely attract many people. If people knew that he had gathered all the holy fruits, it would definitely be a great disaster. Yi Fan put on a set of green clothes and walked into the primitive ancient forest with large strides. When he passed by a stone wall, he stopped and thought of some distant past events. What happened to the classmates who came to this world with him? He sighed softly and disappeared into the mountain forest. In the endless distance ahead, a faintly discernible immortal palace appeared. Its scale was vast, and the halls were continuous. It was as if a palace from the heavens had fallen into the mortal world. Yi Fan tried to get closer, but just like in the past, the immortal palace outside the ancient desolate forbidden land could not be approached at all. He did not force himself and just left. Yi Fan had already left for 3 months. He did not know what had happened during this period of time. It was likely that many people thought that he had died, so he wanted to leave as soon as possible. When he was about to leave the 800-li-old forest, he discovered a few cultivators who had actually sealed off this place. One look was enough to tell that they were people from great sections. Yi Fan was astonished and hid his figure. He did not want to stir up any trouble. However, things did not go as he wished. Someone laid down formation patterns in the mountain forest, and his whereabouts were exposed. "You, come here!" An arrogant youngster in the mountain forest shouted at Yi Fan from not too far away. Yi Fan swept his eyes over him and did not pay him any attention. He directly walked out of the mountain forest. He was eager to return home, and he did not know how the little girl was doing. If she did not give out the little 7-colored stone, she would most likely have died inside. "I'm talking to you. I told you to come here." That youngster was furious. He pointed at Yi Fan and loudly berated him. "Who are you? What right do you have to order me around and set up an obstacle for no reason? Just what are your intentions?" Yi Fan looked at him coldly. The youngster was startled at first, and then he coldly said, "Several great sects have sealed off this place, and everyone knows about it. Yet you dare to barge in recklessly. You don't know the difference between life and death." Yi Fan was moved. Was there someone else who had designs on the ancient desolate forbidden land? Unfortunately, it was destined to be a wasted effort. The corners of his lips couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. "You can still smile when death is at hand?" That youngster sneered again and again. "Such big words. This mountain forest is ownerless. What does it have to do with you that I'm passing by?" Yi Fan calmly said, "Truly tired of living. You really don't know? The Yin-Yang sect and the 3 great sage of the Eastern Baron have joined hands to carve a supreme formation pattern here to open the space gate and transport people to the 9 sacred mountains to harvest the divine herbs. Anyone who dares to barge in will be killed without mercy." Yi Fan was startled. 3 months had passed, and the Yin-Yang sect still hadn't given up. The 3 holy lands of the Eastern Baron had also made their moves. Yen City must be full of experts. Die! The youngster raised his hand and shot out dozens of source stones. He wanted to activate the formation pattern and refine Yi Fan to death. Swoosh! Yi Fan used the Great Void technique and traveled through space. He arrived beside the youngster in a flash and pressed down lightly. With a pu sound, the youngster's life was ended. What happened? An old man brought 7 youngsters into the forest. Who are you? Someone shouted. That old man was obviously an expert of the dragon transformation realm. His expression darkened as he walked towards Yi Fan. He turned his hand and slapped down, wanting to restrain Yi Fan. Yi Fan immediately laughed. There was someone who dared to fight him in close combat. It was truly an old man who was tired of living. Pooh! He reached out a golden hand to meet the old man's attack. The old man's arm was broken into pieces and his body was smashed into smithereens. This old man was indeed strong. Unfortunately, he didn't use any magic power and overestimated himself. As a result, he was killed on the spot. Who are you? Everyone else's expression changed. An elder of the dragon transformation realm was killed with a single slap. This was too frightening. Everyone's heart was pounding, and their stomachs were cramping. Surging golden blood chi and a physique comparable to a real dragon. That saint body. What? He's not dead yet? Wasn't it rumored that he had been dead for 3 months? These people felt that the situation was not good. They turned around and ran. The saint body was not dead and had appeared near the forbidden area of the barren antiquity. This was not a small matter at all. Bang! Unfortunately, they couldn't escape at all. Yi Fan's hand pressed down in the air. Before they could run more than 10 steps, they were all turned into a mist of blood. The turbulent Yen capital, the Holy Lands and the great sects of the Central Plains. Unfortunately, your efforts are destined to be in vain. Yi Fan chuckled. Whoosh! He flashed and disappeared into the forest. Not long after, he entered the Yen capital. As soon as Yi Fan returned to the Yen capital, he heard a lot of news. Many people were discussing this matter. Other than the Yinyang school and the 3 great sages' lands, the ancient Hua dynasty hadn't left yet. Other great sects were also preparing to take action and find ways to harvest the immortal medicine. The young kings of the Central Plains and the geniuses of the Eastern Barren Territory fought one after another. Many elders were alarmed and became the focus of the day. He doesn't have much time left. According to his temperament, he should come back to take a look. In Zhang Wenchang's little bar, Ji Hui walked in with a dragon-headed walking stick. She glanced at Zhang Wenchang with disdain and a cold smile on her face. Damned old woman! Yi Fan had just returned and saw this old woman, which made him want to kill her. Chapter 437. The tavern was very quiet. There were no other customers. Zhang Wenchang had aged even more. His eyes were dim as he stood there woodenly like a scarecrow without a heart. He was lifeless and there was no light in his eyes. He was bullied and humiliated by others. Life was not going his way, but he was always silent. His world was dark. Useless old man, did you see the saint body before but didn't tell us? A young man asked coldly. No, Zhang Wenchang replied woodenly. There was a trace of sadness in his eyes. He was filled with depression. Is he really dead? If that's the case, then it's too easy for him. Another young man was very unhappy. He glared at Zhang Wenchang and said, If you dare to lie to us, you will be in trouble. A few months ago, he fought against the young king of the Central Plains. However, he hasn't shown up for 3 months. Many people say that he is already dead. Ji Hui sneered and said, He is definitely not dead. 3 months ago, he appeared 1.5 million miles away. His goal is obviously to come to the Yen Kingdom. This is the only place where he has met. Great-grandmother, you always say that he is not dead, but why hasn't he shown up? A young man was confused. He was Ji Hui's direct descendant. This brat is very cunning. I think he has returned long ago. He just hasn't shown up yet. Ji Hui's eyes were sharp as she stared at Zhang Wenchang. He is going to die anyway. Why should we make such a big fuss? There is no need to make such a big fuss over a dead person. A grandnephew of Ji Hui said. This little bastard burned half of my body. I only recovered after cultivating in seclusion for more than a year. If I don't skin him with my own hands, How can I vent my anger? Ji Hui slammed her dragon-headed walking stick on the ground. Then, she sneered meaningfully and said, different civilizations will collide and create dazzling sparks. For cultivators, if his experience is imprinted, it will be a supreme experience. Ancestor, what are you talking about? A few young people of the Ji family didn't understand. You won't understand even if I tell you. Ji Hui's face turned cold, and she didn't say anything else. Not far away, Yi Fan's heart trembled. The upper echelons of the Ji clan must have known that he came from the other side of the starry sky. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said such a thing. When they were in the northern region, Ji Haoyue had revealed similar information. He had hypothesized that if the divine body was not from this world, could it break the curse? But if we kill him, that person from the Jiang family, we can't afford to offend him, a middle-aged man in his 40s said with a worried expression. Who said I was going to kill him? Ji Hui's face was gloomy. She revealed a cruel smile and said, he is going to die anyway. Isn't it too easy to kill him? I want to slowly peel off his skin, pull out his bones, and refine him well. Old fart. In the distance, Yi Fan sneered. Even if that's the case, I'm afraid that it will still provoke that person. It's better to think thrice, advised the middle-aged man. I know what I'm doing. I won't kill him. Even if something goes wrong, it has nothing to do with the clan. I will take full responsibility, Ji Hui said coldly. The middle-aged man stopped talking because Ji Hui's father was an extremely powerful great elder. Even the Saint Lord of the Ji clan had to be wary of him. He had already heard the secret. The divine body came from an unknown place. Everything he experienced was a supreme experience for cultivators. These were mostly revealed by the great elder. The ultimate divine king of the Jiang clan might not be in this world anymore. A young man sneered, lacking respect. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. The middle-aged man scolded. Even though he also thought that divine King Jiang had most likely passed away, the older generation still had scruples. They were afraid that the divine king would come back. The more powerful one was, the more scruples they had. What's the point of guarding this half-crippled old man? The divine body obviously won't come. A young man glanced at Zhang Wenchong, pushed him to the side and said, Get lost. Can't you see that I'm walking over? Zhang Wenchong stumbled and almost fell to the ground. His temples were white, and crow's feet were piled up at the corners of his eyes. His body was very thin, and he hit the table heavily to stabilize himself. He stood to the side in a daze and said nothing. He was extremely depressed. There was a trace of sadness in his eyes as he silently endured all of this. Ji Hui's expression was cold as she said, The divine body must have come a long time ago. He is proficient in Genesis techniques, so he must have changed his appearance. He doesn't have much time left, so he will come to see his old friends. But if he doesn't show up, there's nothing we can do, a young man mumbled. Ji Hui glanced at Zhang Wenchong in disdain and said to the young men, Cut off one of his arms but don't take his life. His experience is also a supreme experience. If that little bastard still doesn't show up, then cut off one of his legs. Let's see how cruel he can be and how long he can endure. Yi Fan had never hated a person so much. He wanted to cut Ji Hui into 8 pieces and nail them on the city gate of Yen City for everyone to see. He was already very tough, but at this moment, he was furious. He clenched his teeth so hard that they were about to break. He walked out with the god-beating whip on his back and forced his way into the tavern. He couldn't just watch as Zhang Wenchong's arm was chopped off by someone else. He had already done his big thing. He had picked the sacred medicine and successfully walked out of the forbidden ancient land. He no longer had any scruples in the southern region, so he revealed his true face and walked over. Ji Hui, you damned old woman. Yi Fan's voice was really cold and it terrified one's soul. Everyone on the street felt the temperature drop rapidly. The invisible killing intent made them shiver uncontrollably. They felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts, and their teeth and lips were trembling. Little bastard, you finally dare to show up. I should have cut off one of his arms earlier. Otherwise, you would have come out long ago. Ji Hui's eyes were cold. She suddenly stood up with the help of her dragon-headed cane. The others from the Ji family were shocked. They stared at the green-clothed youth in front of them. Was this the saint body? It was the first time for many people to see it. Everyone on the street was shocked. All the cultivators rushed over and quickly surrounded the tavern. The saint body is actually not dead. Didn't they say that he died 3 months ago? Everyone was incomparably shocked. This was an explosive piece of news that quickly spread. More and more cultivators rushed over. It was as if tens of thousands of people had turned out, and everyone in Yen City was alarmed. Not long after, countless cultivators rushed over. Is he the saint body? He caused a great stir in the north region. Even the sect master of the Central Plains was alarmed. But he looks like a young man. Everyone is saying that the youth surnamed Yi has been dead for 3 months. Why did he appear again? Many cultivators of Yen City rushed over and were all discussing. Yi Fan was wearing a green robe. His hair was black and his eyes were clear. He looked very delicate. It was hard to associate him with the golden blood energy and the flesh that was comparable to a real dragon. In the tavern, Zhang Wenchang's dim eyes lit up. He was very anxious and shouted at Yi Fan, "Quickly leave! Old trash, what are you shouting for?" A young man from the Ji family shouted. He pushed him and made him tumble down between the tables and chairs. Yi Fan's expression suddenly became cold. He stared at the young man and said, "I will kill you first." Such a big tone. "Little bastard, since you came today, don't think about leaving," Ji Hui said in a gloomy tone. Whoosh! Yi Fan suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Zhang Wenchang, sucking him into the pristine jade bottle. Then, he pointed out with a finger, and with a pu sound, a hole was pierced through the forehead of the young man next to him. He said he would be the first to kill this man, and he really did it with one strike. This young man screamed. His eyes were filled with fear. Blood and brain juice flowed out of his forehead at the same time. He fell straight to the ground and died. Yi Fan disappeared in a flash. He left the tavern and coldly stared at those people. His movements were too fast. No one could react. Great Void Technique! Everyone exclaimed. The secret technique Yi Fan used was the Ji family's Great Void Technique. He was even better at it than the Ji family. He was invisible and appeared in the void. It was impossible to defend against. Don't let him escape. Ji Hui's face was ashen. She hated Yi Fan to the core. More than a year ago, Yi Fan burned the Ji family's great elder to death and even burned half of her body. She was almost crippled. She always wanted to take revenge. She had completely forgotten the cause of all this. Escape? I don't even have that thought. If I don't kill you, why would I leave? Yi Fan's voice was cold. In the tavern, a few silhouettes appeared silently. They were all powerful elders of the Dragon Transformation secret realm. These days, they had been hiding here just to stop Yi Fan. You are all Ji Hui's nephews, right? I will kill you one by one. I want her to watch. Yi Fan stared at the young people in the tavern. At the same time, a resplendent mark rushed out of his body. It was as deep as the sea. It was majestic and filled people with reverence. That is the mark of the deity king. Heavens, is the deity king not dead yet? Everyone cried out in surprise. They were all in disbelief. This was naturally Yi Fan's intention. He wanted to intimidate them so that some living fossil would not jump out. In reality, this mark had nothing to do with the deity king. He had strengthened it himself. He did not know whether the deity king was dead or alive. Shwa! Yi Fan disappeared into the tavern. An elder of the Dragon Transformation secret realm tried to stop him, but he was not as fast as Yi Fan. Yi Fan slapped Ji Hui's great-great-grandson into pieces. He died on the spot. Then, in a flash, he appeared on the street again. You! Ji Hui was furious. This was her direct descendant. She loved this child very much, but he was beaten to death by Yi Fan. Don't you like to kill me? Today, I will kill you and let you have a taste of it. Yi Fan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Let's kill him together. Ji Hui was so angry that her body was trembling. She was so angry that even her fingers were shaking. However, the elders of the Dragon Transformation secret realm did not dare to kill him. They rushed over to suppress Yi Fan first. However, they had underestimated Yi Fan's strength. They could not catch his figure at all. Crazy Ole's footwork represented the world's fastest speed. Shwa! Yi Fan entered the tavern and picked up a young man. He twisted the young man's neck and said coldly, "Is he your grandnephew? I heard about him just now." "Let him go," Ji Hui screamed. "Okay, I will give him to you." Yi Fan nodded in agreement. "Spare me. This has nothing to do with me," the young man shouted. Yi Fan slapped the young man's head into his chest and threw it to Ji Hui. He then rushed to the next person with a cold smile. "Quick, kill him." Ji Hui's hair was disheveled. She waved her dragon head crutch and rushed forward. A few elders of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm moved out together, wanting to stay by the side of the youths and protect them. Bang! Yi Fan stretched out his golden hand and sent one of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm's elders flying away. Then, he grabbed another young man who was so scared that his legs went limp. "Ji Hui, old hag, take this." The young man's head split open and he threw it in front of Ji Hui. "Little bastard." Ji Hui was flustered and exasperated. The young man was also her descendant. Her whole body was trembling. Yi Fan killed one person every 10 steps. He did not attack Ji Hui. He had been enlightened by the words of this damned old woman. Sometimes, torturing a person was much scarier than killing them. Puft, puft. The young men in the inn were killed by Yi Fan. He did not show mercy to them. He saw how they treated Zhang Wenchang. There was no need to show mercy. "Old hag, it's your turn now," Yi Fan said coldly. The few elders of the Ji family who were in the Dragon Transformation secret grounds could no longer keep their composure. Yi Fan had started a massacre here, yet they could not stop him. This was a shameful matter. "With us here, you'd better keep your arrogance to yourself," several people shouted in a cold voice. What's so great about the Dragon Transformation secret realm? Yi Fan was unmoved. He took big steps forward. "Kill him." Ji Hui's hair was disheveled. She was about to go crazy. A few elders of the Dragon Transformation mystic realm stood behind her, protecting her.